Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Budget Meeting. Today is January the 31st, the last day of our favorite month. We have quorum today. With me in Council Chambers, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Craig Kazar, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, Councillor Mark Tattison, Councillor Brad Clark. Joining me online, Councillor John Paul Danko and Councillor Tammy Wang. Elsie McRae, are there any changes to today's agenda?
No, Chair, there are no changes today.
Thank you. It is moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Beattie to approve the agenda as presented. Please raise your hand if you are in agreement with the agenda. Thank you. Any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none. 7.1, Planning and Economic Development Department 2025 Budget Presentation. Anita Fayback, who is the Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner, will be here to present, I believe. Good morning. The floor is yours. We're ready to get to work.
Good morning. My name is Anita Fayback, and I'm the Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. And on behalf of Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager of the Planning and Economic Development Department, I am pleased to present the 2025 proposed tax-supported capital and operating budget. The Planning and Economic Development Department is a broad department with a varied scope of responsibility led by Acting General Manager Steve Robichaud and divisional directors. I just want to say a big thank you to the director team for all of the work they've done over the past year to support the 760 staff across the department in delivering services to our customers. The directors are all here with me today and are able to answer any questions you may have on the slides or on the budget as presented. I also want to thank Jennifer Hohal, Maya Walters, and the finance team for their support in preparing today's presentation. The Planning and Economic Development Department provides a variety of key services, programs, and initiatives across the city. The next few slides will provide a high-level overview of the services provided by each division. An important day-to-day activity for a large number of staff across the division is the development approvals process. This includes planning, zoning, growth management, and building. Staff support a range of key transportation initiatives across the city, including mobility and active transportation, parking operations, and the design and implementation of the light rail transit project. The Planning and Economic Development Department also includes the Climate Change Office, who supports internal climate change initiatives, as well as community outreach and engagement activities. The department also includes economic development and real estate, who are responsible for a variety of economic development initiatives, including real estate portfolio management and business attraction and retention. Licensing and bylaw is responsible for many services, including animal services and bylaw enforcement. And finally, there's our Tourism and Culture Division, who drives economic development through attraction of major events and manages and operates our city's museums. Through the range of services and programs we offer, the work of the Planning and Economic Development Department helps to advance the three council priorities of sustainable economic and ecological development, safe and thriving neighborhoods, and responsiveness and transparency. The next few slides will highlight a few of the 2024 accomplishments of the department and also highlight planned work for 2025 that will continue to advance council's priorities. Much of the work of the department relates to council's priority of sustainable economic and ecological development. The department continues to prioritize work to diversify the tax base and overall in 2024 saw 1.16 million square feet of new industrial and commercial development, with another 1.5 million square feet expected to break ground in 2025. In 2025, the department will continue to assist the business community through continued support for local business improvement areas, as well as small business owners through the work of the Hamilton Business Centre. Council also identified a priority as enhancing the city's reputation as a centre of culture and tourism. The work of the Tourism and Culture Division represents key economic drivers in the creative sector that enhance the city's reputation as a world-class destination and provides residents with both free and ticketed events and activities that inspire a sense of belonging and pride in the city. In just 2 events last year, through the RBC Canadian Open and the April solar eclipse, the city welcomed over 100,000 visitors. In 2025, the implementation of the tourism strategy will aim to achieve a vision for Hamilton to become a top Canadian destination, celebrated for its vibrant tourism districts, nature-based activities, and authentic and sustainable experiences. To accelerate our response to climate change, a lot of work has been done this past year to advance climate initiatives across the city and within the community. The vision of climate change has been embedded in our policy documents for many years, and over the last decade, the work of the city has been focused on implementation and achieving the sustainability goals set by the city. A number of initiatives completed in 2024 and planned for 2025 are key to achieving these goals and include the implementation of the Green Building Standards and guidelines for site servicing, approval of Hamilton's first Biodiversity Action Plan, work on the Green Community Improvement Plan, as well as funding for city-led projects aimed at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. To advance the council priority of safe and thriving neighborhoods, the work of the department in 2024 continued to support the creation of homes through intensification within our urban boundary, updating zoning regulations and supporting additional dwelling units. Key initiatives in 2024 were also focused on the protection of tenants and rental housing units across the city. To support this priority, the city issued just under 2,000 building permits for new dwelling units in 2024. Hamilton's housing target set by the province for 2024 was 3,917 units. We know that as of the end of October 2024, the city has met just over 40% of that target. 2024 was challenging as Hamilton, along with many other municipalities across the province, experienced the impact of lower levels of development activity as a result of the current economic climate. Staff will continue to monitor development in 2025 to better understand impacts on application volumes and reduced fees. To support Council's priority of preserving and expanding affordable housing, there has been significant investment by Council to protect tenants through development of the Rental Compliance Program, which includes a new renovation license and relocation bylaw, Safe Apartment Buildings bylaw, and updates to the Property Standards and Vital Services bylaw. 2025 initiatives include implementation of the Active Transportation Implementation Plan together with our partners in Public Works to build new pathways and upgrade facilities to support active transportation across the city. As it relates to Council's priority of responsiveness and transparency, the Planning and Economic Development Department has been recognized for our work on innovative responses to required process improvements and legislative changes, and this is a core value of the department. And it is important that this work and our focus on the customer experience continues. The department continues to make investments in improving the way we work, modernizing our systems, and improving communication with our customers. We are demonstrating this through a commitment to exploring enhanced digital tools to improve experiences through the development approvals process for both staff and applicants, as well as finding ways to make information more accessible to the public. There is much work that is done across the department to help advance inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, and taking action to remove barriers for individuals and communities to participate, engage in, and use our services. Hamilton museums have been working to make collections more accessible to visitors by offering virtual experiences and free access to museums by using a Hamilton Public Library card. And in 2024, our Transportation Planning and Parking Division carried out a monitoring study, applying and embedding IDEA to evaluate the impacts of changes to truck route networks on communities so that neighborhoods would not be disproportionately impacted by key transportation routes. In 2025, IDEA work will continue, including initiatives to support those most vulnerable who may not be able to protect themselves from the impacts of climate change. Our 2024 and 2025 investments are aimed at sustaining and improving our infrastructure. For example, investments in our parking facilities, servicing improvements for the Airport Employment Growth District, the LRT project, and support for residential and commercial development. The continued investments outlined on this slide are guided by council-approved master plans and strategies that work to advance council priorities by facilitating and responding to growth, improving the quality of life for residents, and focused investments in our museums and heritage properties to attract visitors to the city. As noted in all of the budget presentations so far, the cybersecurity incident also had an impact on the Planning and Economic Development Department in 2024. As a result, there were a small number of city applications that were unrecoverable, meaning the database or the application could not be reestablished. The department had two key areas where our applications or data were deemed unrecoverable, which included our planning, permitting, licensing, and bylaw application, and the data within our museum's collections management application. Staff were quick to put in interim solutions following the loss of these applications and data to mitigate service disruption for visitors and customers. In 2025, our focus will be on the procurement of a new planning, permitting, licensing, and bylaw solution, which has started through a fair and transparent request for proposals process to secure a new technology solution and implementation partner. Through this procurement, we have the opportunity to build back better so that the new technology we put in place is modern and meets the needs of our customers. I will now turn to the Planning and Economic Development Department operating budget. The proposed departmental budget increase for 2025 is 7%, which represents a budget pressure of just under $2.5 million. 5.4 of the overall 7% budget increase is related to the cost of existing services and employee-related costs, including cost of living adjustments and commitments to collective agreements. 1.6% of the overall budget increase is related to staffing enhancements for the safe apartment and renovictions enforcement, as well as the Biodiversity Action Plan. You will note an increase in the Licensing and Bylaw Services Division of 12.1% due to the resources needed to advance the new work related to the Rental Housing Compliance Program, and increases in the Transportation Planning and Parking Division of 11.4%, which is driven by a proactive approach to investment in city facilities and an increased contribution to the parking reserve. With respect to staff complement, the slide shows the overall FTE changes from 2024 and represents an increase in FTEs of 42.14. But I do want to note there are only two areas where increases in FTE will have an impact on the levy, and these include the 17 FTE in licensing and bylaw services to support the work of the new rental housing compliance program, and 1 FTE in planning to support the approved biodiversity action plan. All other FTE increases that are noted on the slide are supported by other funding sources outside of the levy, such as fees or grants. Planning and economic development is somewhat unique in the percentage of departmental costs covered through revenue sources. The 2025 Planning and Economic Development gross operating budget is $117 million. However, almost 70% of that is offset by revenues. The revenues are split between development fees and fees from other sources, which include parking, bylaw enforcement, business licensing, museum admissions, film permits, and other grants and reserves. In alignment with council priorities, we continue to look for alternative funding sources and diversifying our revenue sources to support our work. And I just want to note that this year we were able to decrease our proportion of funding from the levy. So in 2024, that proportion was 36%, and what you see here today is 32%. This slide provides a summary of the key budget drivers, which will be further explained in the next couple of slides. The pressures in the departmental budget are similar to other budget presentations you have seen. As part of the increases needed to sustain our service delivery, you will see $2.4 million out of the $2.5 million being driven by employee-related costs, the need for increased security at our work locations, including City Hall and many of the museums, increasing insurance-related costs, along with the new work happening in licensing and bylaw services to implement the new rental housing compliance program. There is one council-referred item to support the Biodiversity Action Plan at a cost of approximately $100,000, as well as 5 staff business cases that will have no impact on the levy. So when you add all of that up, it represents a 7% increase or $2.5 million increase in the operating budget. As it relates to operating budget mitigation strategies, in the Planning and Economic Development Department, we continue to diversify revenue opportunities to offset impacts on the levy, including $2.9 million in parking and lease revenues, and the department continues to meet its gapping targets. As noted, many municipalities are experiencing a downturn in the economy and a decrease in the volume of development applications. So we've also mitigated our budget impact using $4.5 million from the Development Fee Stabilization Reserve to be able to continue the work that needs to be done to process applications that have come in during previous years and to be able to continue to process new applications. This brings me to the proposed operational investments for the Planning and Economic Development Department. We have one operational investment, which is a council-referred item for a senior planner to support the Biodiversity Action Plan, which represents an investment of approximately $100,000 proposed to be funded from the levy. This position would help to implement and report on actions outlined in the Biodiversity Action Plan and coordinate related projects within the city and with our partner organizations. There are 5 business cases from the Planning and Economic Development Department that I will review at a high level. And again, I just want to note that none of the business cases presented today have a levy impact and are 100% funded through other sources. The first business case is in the Growth Management Division for an administrator to coordinate public and councillor inquiries to be funded through lot grading fee revenues. The next business case is a request for a senior project manager in tourism and culture to oversee the planning and implementation of major tourism events and will be funded through the Municipal Accommodation Tax Reserve, or revenues, excuse me. We also have a position who will provide specialized artifact cleaning and handling at Whitehern and Battlefield House, with the enhancement offset by a reduction in contract cleaning. We also have a request for a 0.32 FTE in retail operations for the Hamilton Civic Museums, with the position to be offset by increased revenue generated from retail sales. And finally, we have 3 FTE proposed for the creation of a centralized lease administration function in the corporate real estate office to implement audit recommendations and improve lease management. These positions will be funded through airport lease revenue. So looking at our multi-year outlook, a couple of items to note. In order to sustain service delivery and continue to advance the work outlined in our department's approved strategies and master plans, we will continue to see increase through our department's multi-year outlook. As I've described through the 2025 budget, much of the multi-year increases you see here again are due to employee-related costs. An area of note is the higher increases anticipated in the Transportation Planning and Parking Division. And this pressure is a result of the investments needed to meet obligations within our asset management plans. Next, I will turn to the capital budget. These investments outlined in the next couple of slides align with advancing the 3 council priorities. I won't go into detail on each of the projects, but I do want to note that the Planning and Economic Development Department does have a relatively small capital budget. And as a department, we continue to invest in economic development to support growth in our city and the small businesses that choose to operate here, and to maintain, restore, or build physical assets in our city, including our museums and future LRT. Continuing with licensing and bylaw services and transportation planning and parking, you will see investments to continue advancing council initiatives under the rental housing compliance program and work that will continue to accelerate the implementation of our active transportation plan. And finally, here you will see investment in both residential and industrial infrastructure through the Growth Management Division initiatives, as well as investment in policy and bylaw development and planning to allow and support the continued economic growth across the city and the protection of our resources. In terms of operating impacts of capital, you will see FTE impacts. While you will see FTE impacts on the slide, there are no new FTEs being created through this request. Instead, what we are working to do is to change the funding source from capital to the levy on key initiatives where the project work has evolved into ongoing work and now needs a permanent and sustainable funding source to be able to continue. While the department does not have a lot of capital budgets, we are still able to develop mitigation strategies to help reduce the impact to the total departmental capital budget. This includes $2 million to the planning division from economic development and their initiatives, and their capital work. $1.9 million reduction in capital through reprioritizing works in progress. And we've also used the mitigation strategy to fund $2 million of projects in licensing and bylaw services through use of the reserves. In the department's 2025 budget presented today, we know that 2025 is going to be a challenging year as we continue to experience a slowdown in economic and development activities. This has led us to use a number of funding strategies to reduce the impact on the levy, such as the use of reserves, and a focus on diversifying revenue and finding alternative funding sources. In 2025, the department will also be navigating several legislative changes, including the implementation of a new building code. This budget will allow us to manage and respond to uncertainty in a responsible way while continuing service delivery. You can see on this slide that we are a very small portion of the overall residential tax increase at 0.2% of the 5.7% being proposed. In our budget ask, we continue to make strategic investments in responding to and advancing council's priorities that promote economic growth in our city and improve the quality of life for those who live in, work in, or visit Hamilton. This concludes my presentation. Myself, along with the directors in the Planning and Economic Development Department that are present here today, would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fulsome presentation. Questions on the budget? Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions on the business cases. Slide 27 speaks about the senior project manager of the major hosted tourism event. So this, as I understand it, is already a contract position, and this will be converted to full-time given approval here. So I wonder if I can ask through you, Chair, to say Manager of Tourism, what are the upcoming tourism events we hope to attract, leveraging this FTE, and what would an estimated economic impact look like?
Thank you. To respond through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question. Lisa Abbott, Acting Director of Tourism and Culture. The FTE would be in a position where we could have some consistency in order to execute events of significance, such as Canada Day. This event has always been sort of put together from a variety of staff doing it off the side of their desks. So this is an opportunity to have a little bit more consistency, particularly with that very large event. We are also hoping to introduce additional events around National Indigenous Peoples Day, which is another event that we're looking at introducing through support of grant dollars. We are also focusing on attracting larger events and festivals to the city. There will be announcements coming shortly of some good news coming to the city regarding major events and festivals, and this position will be dedicated to bringing those events forward. The estimated economic impact, I would have to get into some specifics based on event by event, and can certainly provide a fulsome list to the councillor offline.
Thank you for that, Director. I suspect that this role will help with drawing and attracting economic impact via the variety of different events. So I look forward to just receiving like a quick overview. I don't necessarily need like the line by line item. I think I just want to understand what is the what are some of the high level events that we are looking to attract. My second question through you, Chair, is as it relates to the retail operations of Hammock Civic Museums, it strikes me that 0.32 FTE, is that because, how do we hire a 0.32 FTE? Is that already somebody that we already have, and then that's how we are going to just transfer them over to be more full-time? I just trying to understand the 0.32 FTE number.
Thank you for the question. To respond to the councillor through the chair, we have multiple part-time staff, and each part-time staff represents a portion of an FTE. So this is enhancing an FTE so that it becomes one person's full job as opposed to it being made up of multiple part-time staff. Thank you.
Thank you. My last question is on slide 29, speaking about the centralized lease administration. I had previously spoken to Director Schlehan and Chief Real Estate Officer around this centralized lease administration, but I wonder if they could give us an overview, because 3 FTEs could be seen as a fairly large investment for something like a lease administration. So I wonder if they could just give a little more explanation on this, just for public consumption, please.
Through the chair, Ray Kessler, Chief Corporate Real Estate Officer, and thank you for that question. I think there's probably a couple of things that I can add to the conversation to help understand the need. I think probably one of the greatest requirements with regards to addressing the recommendations that came out of the audit is the fact that our current approaches to lease administration are extremely weak. Currently, we have a distributed model that has a number of individuals that administer leases throughout the corporation in different divisions and departments, mostly off the corner of their desk. And so you don't really have a clean focus on that, and each has their own approaches. Doesn't allow for a holistic view nor a consistent and comprehensive approach, and lots of gaps. So that really creates some challenges around proactivity, communications issues to stakeholders, including council. But more importantly, I think to the question of why 3 staff, lease administration is a highly relationship-centric activity. And I think where we run into issues is just about every issue you face is compounded by poor communication and poor interfaces with the tenants and the licensees. And so there has been a consultant report. So we did bring in a consultant a couple of years ago to do a review of the lease administration across the corporation. Their recommendations actually were for 4 staff. What we've tried to do is really hone in and focus on an appropriate level of resources in order to do 2 things. One is to build out the new program, and then implement that program through various outcomes. I can certainly speak to sort of 4 of the direct areas that we're tackling. One is organizationally, of course. Another one is related to processes and procedures. There's the data analytical and collections functions, as well as seeking technology to support all of that activity. We are looking very conscientiously with respect to how technology can help support this function. But I'll just reinforce the fact that it's the relationships that really help in dealing with lease issues that come up from time to time with your tenants, as well as realistically, we see or have an expectation that there is additional revenue that can be generated through a properly functioning lease administration program. And that additional revenue is not going to be realized without the staffing to support the activities that will build out the program.
Thank you. I trust that answers your question, Councillor Wang. If not, please feel free to go on a second time. Councillor Clark.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Just a couple of questions. I'm not sure I saw it anywhere in the budget, but I am aware, as many of our councillors are, that there have been several applications for urban boundary expansions. I'm used to a municipally initiated comprehensive review before we make a decision about an urban boundary expansion. So now we have, I'm counting at least 4 or 5. How are we funding our responses to those applications? Because we didn't create those applications, they were initiated by the developer. So how are we funding our responses there?
Through the chair to the councillor. Planning staff brought forward a report back in 2024 that laid out what our resourcing approach would be. And part of that resourcing strategy was to put together a team that would be able to receive, review, process those applications, and then also participate in any Ontario Land Tribunal hearings. And so where you see that is on slide 22 in terms of the proposed complement within planning. There are 12 positions noted on the slide. 7 of those, relate to the urban boundary expansion team. And those positions, because it is a development application, would be 100% funded through development fees. And part of our strategy in that report that we brought forward last year was to develop a specific fee for these urban boundary expansion applications, knowing that they are significantly more complicated than a regular official plan amendment. So the fee was increased, and so that fee would cover the cost of the staff needed to participate. And then there was also an ask for funds to support future Ontario Land Tribunal hearings as well. Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you for that. That's comforting, because we didn't create these problems, but we have to deal with them. We can't ignore them, right? Can I ask a question with regards to Councillor Wang's inquiry? I thought I heard from staff that leases in the past were across many departments and kind of being handled by many different people. And so we're trying to, I guess, aggregate, bring them together to a division that would be responsible. So was there funding that was attached to those positions and all of those other divisions that were dealing with the leases? So if, for example, a half FTE was dealing with the lease in their division, does that half FTE get transferred to this division when we're making this new one?
So through the chair, thank you for that question. We did look at the distribution of resources, as I had indicated in my last answer. A lot of this was being driven by individuals whose primary function is not lease administration. And so while the division might have responsibility for handling, and I'll just pick on, say, recreation, they have the individuals who would be involved in the lease administration there, they would have people whose primary function is not lease administration, it's something else. And they just happen to pick up that function as part of their other duties. And so there's bits and pieces, and you can talk about portions of FTEs. It's a little difficult to, at least in our review at this stage, it's a little difficult for us to actually determine how we would put those FTEs together to create a vacancy, if I can put it that way, in order to apply towards this program.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. Are we, how do I word this new operation that we're trying to bring in, and I understand the Auditor General's audit and all of that, is the money that we're receiving from leases going to cover the costs of the employees that will be now managing the leases, the lease division?
So through the chair, there's two really expectations that we see coming out of this program. Number one, there will be call it a tithe, so we can look across the lease revenue that is generated across the corporation. Currently, it's somewhere in the $8 to $10 million a year range. And so we will take a tithe from that in order to fund these programs. The other expectation, of course, is that we expect that we'll be able to drive more revenue out of it. So in some regards, that tithe will become neutralized in terms of its impact.
Almost a cost recovery?
So in essence, it's a cost recovery, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Kassar. Councillor Jackson.
Good morning, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson, thank you, and Acting Chief Planner Fabic doing an awesome job in leadership sincerely since, I guess, about a year or maybe more doing the Chief Planner's position. Just a few questions and confirmation. So you need you're recommending 7%, and that's 42.14 FTEs. I'm going to get to the FTEs in a minute, but 7%, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. 42.14, you're saying only 17 of those impact the levy, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, it would be 18. So 17 of those positions are in licensing and bylaw services and one position in planning to support the biodiversity action plan.
Okay. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, the 17 now, please correct my memory. This is all about part and parcel of the renovictions bylaw, through you, just to start there. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, it's a combination of a couple of bylaws, but the entire sort of rental housing compliance program, yes.
Did we not give, and this would be, I guess, I'll leave it to you to farm this to whichever member of your team, possibly Acting Director Dan Smith. Was this not part of an approved 33 complement, of which we gave 10 to begin the program in last year's budget. If I'm off, just correct my numbers, please. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Acting Director Smith.
Thank you. Through the chair, Dan Smith, Acting Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. Councillor, you're correct. 32 FTE to be, just to correct that, 10 in the first year, 2024, which we have hired, and an additional 17 this 2025 year.
So we might as well just get it on the record as, again, the 5.7 for me, I'm trying to whittle it down. So if we were to pause and not go ahead approving the 17 through you, Budget Chair Wilson, just give me some consequences, upside and downside, please, through you, if Acting Director Smith wants to continue.
Absolutely, through the chair. Some consequences would be that the program would be delayed. We would not be able to commit to the council objective of having all these buildings inspected and registered as part of the Safe Apartments bylaw by September 2027. That would push that back at least a year if we were looking at not approving these FTE. It would also impact the quality of enforcement we're doing on complaints that are coming in. It would slow down our response rate, how long it's going to take us to get to these locations, follow up at these locations, compliance with the bylaw on orders. It could significantly impact the Safe Apartments and ultimately the Hamilton Apartment Rental Program.
I appreciate your professional, sincere response. The 10, though, are in place. Have we had any form, and if I've missed it, I'll apologize, have we had any form of an information report update on the impact of the 10 in the community? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, and I'll look to you to tell me when time's up, please.
Through the chair, we haven't provided a formal update to council, any information report. I can say that the early development of the program is related to the implementation of application development, training, education plan, bringing on a supervisor, manager, and 3 officers to be prepared to enforce the renovation license and relocation bylaw, which is in place now and we can take applications for.
So thank you, but a formal information update has not been provided yet, and I understand how busy staff are. Last question through to the Acting Chief Planner, Fabic. The ones that you said either through capital or operating that do not impact the levy, I always get nervous over the years because sometimes, some way, somehow, when additional resources have run dry, some way, somehow over the years, those no impact, Tom, to the levy have found their way still within the corporate scheme of employment. And I wonder how then, if they ultimately will impact the levy. I guess I'm looking for some assurances if the external resources and funding runs dry or does not meet and match what you're expecting, that you would some way, somehow inform committee and council. That's my last question, Budget Chair Wilson.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll use planning staff as an example because I think that's a good example to respond to your question. So the staff that process development applications are 100% funded through development fees. That is the purpose of the fee, so that a fee is developed and must ensure that it covers the cost to process the application. So those staff would continue and always continue to be funded through those fees because that's the purpose of those fees. If there was a situation where, as I mentioned, we're experiencing a bit of an economic downturn, we have a development fee stabilization reserve, and the purpose of that reserve is to supplement the budget if there are times where the fee volumes drop. So there's ebbs and flows, right? So there are some years where there's money that's put into the reserve, and then there are some years where money is withdrawn from the reserve. But that's the purpose of that. So those positions would continue to remain off of the levy based on their function.
I appreciate the response. Thank you, Acting Chief Planner Fabic.
Thank you. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. Thank you very much for the presentation to Acting Chief Planner Fabic and the entire team. I think it's a very good budget, very clear. I just wanted to pick up where Councillor Clark was asking around urban boundary expansions. Just earlier this week, I understand that Ottawa announced, or at least I heard of it this week, about their charges for an urban boundary expansion. in Hamilton, the max for 500 hectares or more, I think is 235,000 that we would charge. And Ottawa has a fee of 1.4 million for any, as I understand it, application. So my question, maybe it's tough to answer here, but I'm in consideration of are there costs that maybe we haven't considered? Do you have any feedback or opinion on that at this point in time? And are we potentially not executing full cost recovery for that process? Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'd need to look at their fee breakdown to see exactly what it includes. So when we developed our fee, as I indicated, for any of the development fees that we have to look at what staff resources are required to process that application, what steps does the application go through, and how much time does it take to be able to process that application. So when you kind of do the math on all of that, that's how we arrive at our fees. That's a simplistic explanation of it. And what we said when we developed the urban boundary expansion fee is because we've never received these before, we had to make some assumptions in terms of how long applications would take. We would continue to monitor that, and if there needed to be revisions, we would bring that forward. And it's important to keep in mind that that fee only, I would say, is from the start of the application to when council makes a decision. And then in terms of any tribunal support, that would come through capital budget and not through the fee itself. So it really would, that fee would be just on the processing of that application, the component of that part of the whole file, and other parts of the process would have different funding sources because of the nature of that work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that insight. Here we're reviewing costs and make sure costs are, efficient and well spent. But I think it's also our job to make sure revenues are sufficient to cover the work we have to do. So I can take that off the line for the time being, but thank you for the insight. I just think that's maybe worth a little more investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional first-time speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to follow up on the renovation questions that Councillor Jackson asked. So can I get clarification, how many full-time equivalents are currently dedicated to the renovation program?
Through the chair, there are 10 FTE that are currently in place right now.
Thank you. How many applications have we received?
To date, for the renovation license and relocation bylaw, we have received 0 applications.
So help me understand. We haven't received any applications. We have 10 people working there already, but we're now looking at increasing the number of full-time equivalents for the program. That doesn't quite reconcile with me, Chair.
Through the chair, perhaps I can provide some clarification there. The initial stage of the Hamilton apartment rental program is the renovation license relocation bylaw, which staff were brought on board in 2024 to develop application, communication program in order to get that program at a point where we were able to accept application. We did meet our goals with the staff that were brought on board, and we are able to accept application at this point. The next stage of the program is being developed in 2025, and that is the Safe Apartments bylaw. And what we need to do with that is to now take those staff and utilize them, which are already on board, in order to develop that program. We would be bringing on additional, our biggest FTE complement in 2025 would be municipal law enforcement officers. That would be an increase of 10 in this year, and it would take time to train them. We wouldn't be bringing them on board immediately in 2025, but it would be in the 2025 budget year, be later in the year, but we would bring them on board in order to get them to a point where they would be able to enforce the Safe Apartments bylaw at what our goal is of January 1st, 2026, of having applications for registration of building and evaluations on those buildings being able to occur immediately. So that's the difference in the 2024 staff versus 2025 staff. We would be using the 2024 staff to create as many efficiencies as we can in 2025 to get the new program up and running and the full Hamilton apartment rental program in place.
So the FTEs that were hired to create the program, I thought you said there were 10? That's correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. We have 10 in place.
Thank you. And how many are we proposing to hire this year?
There's an additional, I can actually make a correction on a comment I made earlier to Councillor Jackson. It's 16. One of the FTE in licensing and bylaw services is associated with an infield project, which is being funded by Public Works. So it's actually 16 FTE that will be brought on board in licensing and bylaw services as a part of this program.
So I know how businesses do it, but how did we come to the conclusion, we being the collective we, staff, that we require this increase in this division, and yet we have not experienced the demand yet? So we don't know what the demand is going to be. We're hiring a bunch of new people, and at the present time, there's been no applications received. And with the economy where it is right now and interest rates where they are, we've seen a reduction in the number of loans going out to help build new buildings, renovate buildings, et cetera, because they can't afford it. So how do we rationalize the number without actually having the experience of the number of applications?
Through the chair, what we did in the development or in trying to develop a program which we brought to council for this Hamilton apartment rental program is we spoke to a number of different municipalities. We spoke to Mississauga, who has a similar program. Toronto has a similar program. We understand what their service level expectations are, the number of complaints that they're getting versus the number of complaints that we currently get, which is a higher volume of complaints than those municipalities related to these types of buildings that will be addressed in this program. We looked at the timeline in order to get all of the buildings evaluated and how many staff we felt would be required in order to meet those goals based on the research by our team in developing the program. One thing I will say is I think that the safe apartment bylaw, which will be starting in 2026, which we're bringing staff on board this year for, will be a very impactful program in order to get the apartments that are part of this program up to a standard that are acceptable. It'll be a heavier resource workload for this new program than we're anticipating for the renovation license and relocation bylaw. So we were able to bring on a smaller number of staff in 2024 in order to get that program up and running, which we will utilize those staff also in the development of the new program. But we do believe that we need the additional FTE that we brought forward and that council approved for us to be able to meet our goals and meet what council's objectives were in the Safe Apartments bylaw moving forward into 2026. Hope that answered your question.
Thank you. No, you answered it very candidly, and I sincerely appreciate that, Chair. And Chair, I appreciate the time that you've provided. I'm still struggling, and I'll let you know that now. How do we rationalize the hiring of new staff when we have no history in the city of Hamilton on the applications? Thank you.
We have Councillor Kretsch, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson, then Councillor Nan. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks. Same line of question. Just I think it'd be helpful for maybe those of us who have been following this as closely or on the specific subcommittees and committees who've been looking at this program. Could you explain how these officers are not just tied to rent evictions, but they're specifically being hired for the entire suite of programs with respect to rental licensing? Like, that's something that I remember hearing from you or Monica in detail. So if you could maybe talk about that, that'd be helpful.
All the component parts of the safe apartment bylaw, please.
Through the chair, that's correct. They're being hired to enforce all parts of the Hamilton apartment rental program, which includes the two bylaws that were brought forward as new bylaws, which is the renovation license and relocation bylaw, Hamilton apartment rental bylaw, as well as the enhancements to the property standards bylaw, the vital services bylaw. These officers will also be taking in more complaints and dealing with more complaints associated with those buildings for yard maintenance, additional noise, and also relationship building with landlords, tenants, and building owners.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a very wide breadth of work that these folks are doing. I wonder if you had any examples handy, and you may not, and so it might be an unfair question, but I think of, places like 1083 Main Street East, where there was a long time for enforcement, and one of the comments made during that was, we don't really have the resources to be able to action some of these things as quickly as we'd like. In the last year, since you've started bringing folks on and complaints have come in, have you found that there's been an ability to action some of these things more quickly? Have you found there's more responsiveness, people with more training? Has that been helpful? That kind of stuff. And is that what you're looking forward to with this program?
Through the chair, simply yes. I think we will be able to have more resources available in order to deal with those issues that come up. We'll be able to deal with them quickly. We will also have staff that will likely have already been in those buildings and have already addressed some of those things proactively as part of the Safe Apartments bylaw and the evaluations of those buildings, which will be occurring.
Last question for me. I know that statistics from 2021 census showed that there's an increase of tenants in the city. About 1/3 of all Hamiltonians rent. And in areas, specifically, I would say in more of suburban and rural areas, are the fastest growing areas for rentals, actually. While the most renters live downtown, it's wards from 9 to 15 where we're seeing the most overall growth. Are these going to address, is this program going to address things citywide and look at those kinds of emerging communities as well, in terms of the kinds of enforcement that's going to be needed as they emerge?
Through the chair, it will be citywide. The program will touch on all parts of the city.
Thanks for your answers. I appreciate it.
Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just following up on the absence of renovation licensing applications so far. Through you, would it be possible to get a reminder of when the bylaw came into effect?
Through the chair, the renovation license relocation bylaw came into effect January 1st of this year, 2025. Thank you.
So in the past 30, is that correct? So in the past 30 days, we've received no applications?
Through the chair, that's correct.
This through you, Chair, potentially a question for the building division if we have them here, but my understanding is we generally see a spike in building permits in the warmer weather, not winter construction. Do staff have an understanding of if January is a high month for building permits, generally speaking?
CBO Lally, please.
Thank you very much for the question. Rob Lally, Chief Building Official for the City of Hamilton. Normally, through the past 5 years, applications have been steady. We haven't seen any ebbs and flows. This has just been consistent work over work over work. So hopefully that answers your question.
Beg your
Thank you. I heard there wasn't a trend.
Sorry, Councillor Wilson. Just hearing from some of your colleagues that was a little, the volume. If you could speak into your mic, please. Thank you. And repeat your answer. Thank you for our colleagues over here.
Sorry. Thank you for the question. Rob Lally, Director of Building, Chief Building Official. And to answer the question, can you hear me now? Okay, just wanted to make sure I didn't want to go through it again, and I still couldn't get any closer. So, yeah, looking at the building permit activity over the past 5 years, it has been steady, consistently month over month. There has been no ebbs and flows over the past 5 years.
Thank you, through Chair. I appreciate the chance to check in on some of my assumptions. Thank you.
Councillor Nan.
Thank you for the overview and presentation. Really appreciate it. Was really keen to look at the mitigations measures that have been achieved. Really appreciating on your point earlier about your division being a unique one through the chair where we have a lot of revenue generation that helps offset some of the costs of our division. So appreciating that as well as the other increases that were used there to offset some of the pressures in the operating budget for this year. Chair, my question is related to the rental program suite since it's been raised by colleagues. And I want to thank our acting director for clarifying, but I want to make sure I heard you correctly, that staff projected for the 2025 budget allocation of the 716 FTEs are to enforce all housing-related bylaws. And that is distinctly different than our current practice where MLE officers triage all enforcement inquiries, correct?
Through the chair, yes, these FTEs that we're bringing on board would be able to triage all rental building bylaws, with the exception of our pilot program in the licensing section for the rental housing licensing pilot. That is still run through our licensing division.
Right. And as I understood it, Chair, in the creation of the program, it was the understanding and best practice from staff to say that having a housing-related or rental housing-related enforcement team would be the best path forward versus our other practice, which is having officers respond to all bylaw. So I just want to make sure that that distinction is clear, that this team of 10 plus 17, as you've indicated, are for housing-related bylaws compared to our past practice, which is having MLE officers respond to all bylaw enforcement requests and complaints.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And so, Chair, I don't want to debate the policy here. I just want to be really, really clear about that distinction because I think it may not have been understood earlier, in that the number of N13s that had been issued that created the crisis around rent evictions that our residents consistently came to the podium to speak to us about was an increase of 983%. And so that crisis continues, even though we haven't had any applications come in since January 1st. But it is early days. I would give my colleagues some, request their consideration for the fact that it just started on January 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Pauls, followed by Councillor Danko, and then on to Councillor Clark as a third time. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just want to be clear. I've just heard that this is a broader enforcement and it is housing related. And we have 10 and we're hiring 17. I just want to be clear. Is that including the VT, the vacant tax then? The ones that we're hiring, is that included in this broad housing?
Acting Director Smith, please.
Through the chair, vacant tax team is part of a different team. It wouldn't be associated with this program.
Thank you.
It will not be, so we have 10 plus 17, and then we'll have an extra, I think it was 14 or 16, I'm not sure. So that's totally different. It doesn't go under this category.
No, that was discussed in yesterday's presentation.
Yes, well, I'm asking if that's included, because I've heard that it entitles a lot of housing programs that we're trying to do. So my second question is, the safe apartment bylaw, is that, how will you enforce that? Will people still call in and say, my apartment is not into standard, would you come? How will you implement the safe apartment bylaw, which we're hiring another 17 people?
I'm giving some leniency here on the clarification of policy, which has already been approved, because there is a budget ask with respect to the 16. Please proceed, Acting Director.
Thank you, Chair, and through the chair to the councillor. So this program, the way the enforcement will work is that all buildings will be evaluated. They'll have proactive inspections by these municipal law enforcement officers, which will be able to determine if there's any violation of the property standards bylaw or any other bylaws that we enforce. That would not neglect, or it would not result in one of the tenants not being able to make a complaint. They would still be able to make a complaint. It would go to this team. We would be able to address that complaint quicker, as we would have staff that would be specifically brought on board to enforce these types of buildings and these types of issues that would come there. So it would be multi-pronged with proactive and reactive approach.
Thank you for that. I was intrigued when Councillor Clark asked about that there was no application for the renovation. Do you have a reason why there wasn't, where we heard many people say that they were being evicted? And so is there a reason why nobody has applied?
Through the chair, I don't know why we haven't received any applications. I can't say we are ready to receive them. We've done a lot of communication within the community. So the communication we've made and education that we've done related to this bylaw and the impacts of what this bylaw mean to that community itself. Maybe, I don't want to make any assumptions. Ultimately, we don't know why we haven't received any.
Councillor Pauls?
Thank you very much.
Councillor Danko?
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. So just following along the discussion here, so 27 full-time municipal law enforcement officers that are tied specifically to the safe apartment bylaw. I believe throughout the entire city, we only have 6 parking enforcement officers. And currently, how many municipal law enforcement officers are enforcing encampments?
Acting Director?
Through the chair, just a correction. So this new program, all of the FTEs will not be municipal law enforcement officers. 13 of the FTEs will be municipal law enforcement officers. There's other positions associated like program managers, supervisors, managers, et cetera. Currently with the encampments, we have 2 dedicated officers and 1 supervisor on that program.
So considering that we're going to have a report back at the end of the month on additional staffing requirements for encampment enforcement, which is likely going to include additional FTEs, would it not make sense that while this program is getting up and running, that we could change the terms of their scope of work to also do encampment enforcement, which is a pressing need, while this program is getting up and running? So if we're bringing those 13 specific new municipal law enforcement officers on, that some of them could be working on this program while it's getting up and running, and some of them could be moved directly to encampment enforcement, which is desperately needed currently.
Through the chair, we'll certainly be looking for efficiencies with bringing on these staff and how we can utilize them as part of our operation. I would say that these staff are specifically hired for this program, and their priority would be this new program. But operationally, we would be looking for these efficiencies should we need them. I don't know if that answers your question.
I think it does, but I think that you would need an alternative direction from committee and council to change the scope of what these FDs are being hired for, to allow them to have flexibility in their duties.
Acting Director?
Through the chair, yeah, it ultimately would be up to committee and council how they wish us to move forward with these new bodies.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that under consideration and listen to the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spadafora?
Hi, Chair. A quick point of clarification for me, through you to the clerk, if that's possible. During all the discussions around the renovation stuff, I declared a disqualifying conflict, as I am a landlord. And I'm just wondering, since we are speaking to the to the budget of the renovation bylaw. And the dollar value is, I would ask the clerk if the questions would still be allowed for me as a landlord. And I just want to have, if he was willing to provide that clarification. If not, if he's not, then I will gladly not ask any questions.
As your colleague and chair, Councillor Spatafora, just a reminder that clerks cannot advise on declarations of interest. That's a conversation between yourself and the Integrity Commissioner, so I don't want to put them in a position, and I will let you follow what you deem to be the right thing to do on that.
Thank you, Chair. Then as a landlord, I will continue to declare my conflict and I'll end my questioning there. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any first-time speakers or second-time speakers? Seeing none. On behalf of this committee, thank you very much for the presentation, and to you and your team for the work that you put in delivering it and preparing it. Thank you. Okay. So this afternoon, following this, we were anticipating a Public Works agenda presentation, and I'm not, if you would just allow me to pause for 1 minute while I talk to the GM of Public Works in terms of the readiness. Elsie McRae.
Just to the chair, if we could receive the.
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll look to the chair of planning, Councillor Wang, to move, and then Councillor Kassar, the retiring chair, to second that presentation receipt. All hands up or down? All hands are up. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thumbs up, McMeekin. Thumbs up.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Yes, I would seek the support of this committee if we can recess for 7 minutes. It is moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Nan, that we recess for 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Still January the 31st. We're on to the second part of our agenda. The Public Works Department will be presenting their 2025 budget. I'd like to call on GM Carlisle Can, who will present.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Budget Chair Wilson. Madam Mayor, I thought I saw her earlier this morning on the screen, and members of committee. I'm Carlisle Can, the General Manager of Public Works. I'm pleased to present the 2025 proposed tax-supported capital and operating budgets. I trust that you will find the budget is in line with the Mayor's directive to staff, a directive to produce a budget that demonstrates staff have conducted a thorough review of the core maintenance budget. Staff have brought forward a budget that is responsive to this directive, one that continues to deliver value to our residents, businesses, and visitors to the City of Hamilton. Last week, throughout the entire budget process, you've heard the city overall budget sits at 5.7%. The 2025 proposed tax-supported capital and operating budget for the Public Works Department is about 6.2%, or is at 6.2%. Before I go too far into the presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the director team and their divisional teams that have worked diligently and poured over the respective budgets for months leading up to today. I would like to acknowledge our Finance and Administrative Manager, Joanna Manginello, who has had the heavy lifting job throughout this entire budget process. I'd also like to acknowledge Yanni Semantis, a senior project manager in Public Works Department, who has stepped up in so many ways to support me as I get through this process. I'd like to thank Wendy Patterson and Collins Tetry with the Finance and Administration team, who have also worked alongside with Yanni to put the presentation together along with the speaking notes. I would be remiss if I did not mention my admin, Haley Dewberry, who's backfilling for Rebecca Icebrenner, who is on secondment. They keep my office running, they keep me on track and out of trouble. They're the fabric that holds our departmental management team together. Over the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to speak about the essential programs and services our team of engaged and talented Public Works staff deliver, with the support of many other divisions. We do this to ensure Hamilton is the best place to raise a child and age successfully.
So I think there's different areas where we can redefine.
Excuse me, if all parties could mute if you're not being recognized. Thank you.
There's a saying out there, if it moves, if it grows, or if it flows, it probably is Public Works. So let's get started. To deliver the many public-facing programs and services that Public Works Department, we are organized into 8 divisions. Hamilton Water is considered a rate-based program, and Council adopted the 2025 water, wastewater, and stormwater rate-supported budget in December 2024. Hamilton Water is led by Director Nick Winters, while a significant part of Public Works, with over 409 FTE, it is not included in today's presentation or the 2025 proposed tax-supported capital and operating budgets. This leaves us with 7 divisions, which roll up into the respective budgets. Corporate Asset Management, led by Acting Director Andrea Vargas, who's not with us today, but Manager Tom Karianis is here in her place, has over 73 FTE-approved positions. Corporate Facilities and Energy Management, led by Acting Director Chris Hurstek, has over 130 FTE equivalent positions. Engineering Services, led by Director Jackie Kennedy, has over 140 FTE equivalent positions. Environmental Services, led by Director Graham, has over 413 approved positions. Transportation Division, led by Director Carolyn Ryle, has over 421. And finally, Transit, or HSR, as we affectionately call it, is led by Director Maureen Cousin-Heath with 912 FTEs. So this brings the total current approved full-time equivalent within the Public Department to 2,708 FTE equivalent. Earlier I spoke how Public Works is structured by division. Now I'm going to shift to a service view over the next 4 slides. By service view, I mean what the public sees. From this slide and the next 4 slides, you will see the many services that Public Works delivers through our various divisions, including corporate facilities and energy management. While I'm not going to read this slide line by line, I can tell you that the division manages the energy procurement and management portfolio. In the 2025 operating budget, we will procure an estimated $48 million in utilities, representing a 2.9% increase over last year. The Office of Energy Initiatives have led over 27% energy-intensive reduction, and that is the need for power. That's what the intensity speaks to. Since 2005, avoiding $6.1 million in cost utility by developing and employing various commodity strategies for 2024. I've been told that this number is probably closer to 65 million since we started recording. We have also achieved over 1,100 tons of CO2 avoided annually. Through corporate facilities and energy management, Public Works provides citywide facilities planning, state of good repair activities, and new construction. We also oversee stadium operations and affiliated programs with it. This portfolio contains over 500 city facilities and buildings that are valued at $3.1 billion, and the team supports approximately $710 million in capital projects. The current efforts include project management of major life cycle upgrades like roof replacement, HVAC systems, and large-scale capital projects. We are responsible for corporate security and safety, or should I say corporate safety and security, including responding to security incidents, which have seen an increase of 660% over the last year. In 2024, Council approved several security upgrades, leading to a 47% increase in security guard hours to better protect city property, assets, and employees. Unfortunately, we are seeing more city staff facing security issues and the growing need for more detail within this area. We are focused on operation excellence. The division delivers best-in-class facilities and space planning, maintenance, and customer service to ensure safe, reliable, and effective operations across the city. I will get this right. There you go. Corporate asset management ensures compliance within provincial regulations, specifically Reg 588, over 500 asset owners, or 50, asset owners within the city of Hamilton. We continue to integrate asset management practices into the city's budgeting process. We oversee the various quality management programs, climate initiatives, and addressing the findings from the Red Hill Valley Parkway inquiry. There will be a report coming forward in Q1 of 2025 addressing our progress that we've made with regards to the inquiry and its recommendations. We manage 1,350 various fleet vehicles, focusing on life cycle planning, green fleet initiatives, and operational efficiency. We are leading technology innovation, including enterprise asset management and the implementation of that platform. Transit, or HSR, provided 21 million rides in 2024, and I should say over 21 million rides approaching 22 million rides in 2024. That is up 14.4% from our 2023 numbers. This includes 34 routes operating year-round, MyRide on-demand service, supporting areas like Waterdown. This also includes accessible transportation services, delivering over 580,000 shared ride trips while ensuring compliance with AODA regulations. Customer engagement remains a priority with over 100 community events, and we have launched a real-time service alerts to improve the rider experience. Transit fleet maintenance keeps over 400 buses in daily operations while advancing transition to CNG from diesel. Moving to CNG, which is a low-carbon fuel compared to diesel, and it also provides us with a pathway to use renewable natural gas in the future. Engineering and project delivery services delivers a significant portion of the Public Works linear capital program annually. This includes roads, bridges, water and sewer, and other related projects. The division collaborates with asset owners to develop and prioritize projects related to the transportation network. It delivers approximately $62.6 million in tax capital projects annually with a gross operating budget of $22 million funded from capital. Key responsibility includes overseeing 460 bridges and culverts, condition assessments on behalf of the various asset owners, capital program planning delivery as mentioned earlier. The special utility program continues to support key initiatives like the Bell Fiber to the Home project, which is 80 to 85% complete, and provincial broadband expansion. Engineering and project delivery services remain committed to delivering high-quality, cost-effective infrastructure projects that support citywide equity and sustainable goods goals. Environmental services has a broad divisional responsibility, including design, care, and maintenance of parks, trails, open spaces, public trees and forests, and horticultural features, including gardens at City Hall and traffic islands across the city. They also manage 70 active city-owned cemeteries. Environmental services organizes and runs significant events for the City of Hamilton, like the Springtide Bulb Show and the Fall Mum Show, and operates the city's tropical greenhouse, which has welcomed over 114,000 visitors last year. The division ensures the city is well maintained and provides residents with a safe and beautiful space to enjoy. We also manage the city's road network and system and drive out safety initiatives with the Transportation Planning Department and PED, Engineering Services, and Transportation Division within Public Works. We address road safety maintenance. Road safety, we address maintaining signs, pavement markings, signals, and street lighting. Our team handles roadway infrastructure maintenance, ensuring the right-of-way, everything between the two property lines is well maintained. We provide services that our services that we provide meet the approved service standard or the minimum maintenance standards as we know it. Waste collection includes garbage, organics, recycling, yard waste, and bulk waste. This also includes the Downtown Cleanliness Bylaw, Downtown Cleanliness Initiative, bylaw enforcement, and solid waste management support services. We provide bylaw enforcement to address illegal dumping in public property, non-compliant curbside waste setouts, and health and safety concerns related to waste. Customer support is there to provide waste management program assistance, new development service reviews, and also enhance the customer experience. Environmental monitoring includes oversight of our landfill gas collection systems, environmental sampling, and reporting for all active and closed landfills. For waste processing, this includes disposal and operating of the landfill, monitoring closed landfill sites, running drop-off depots, and transfer stations. Annually, we manage over 225,000 tons of residential waste through our facilities. I'm now going to share some key investments and achievements related to the term of council priorities, measures of success. In 2024, Public Works made progress in advancing council priorities in supporting or achieving sustainable economic and ecological features. We planted 19,275 trees, just shy of our 20,000 target. Trees, as you know, improve green spaces and biodiversity, especially in areas with fewer trees. We prioritize planting in neighborhoods with low canopy areas in the city to improve equity in green space distribution. We integrate tree planting effects with biodiversity planning and invasive species management strategies, while also promoting new habitats for various desirable species. We all know trees improve air quality, reduce urban heat islands, and enhance stormwater management by intercepting rainfall. Greater access to green spaces fosters mental health and well-being amongst Hamiltonians. We've made strides in switching to low-carbon fleet. With a $23.3 million investment, we retired 26 diesel buses, replaced them with compressed natural gas. Today, 85% of our transit fleet runs on compressed natural gas, cutting emissions by over 18%. In 2024, we replaced 5 buses and 10 waste collection vehicles. Finally, our climate change initiative is helping us plan better for the future. We've trained our staff and started using climate change in our infrastructure planning by embedding climate change and equity criteria into asset enhancement planning process. These actions are creating a greener, healthy Hamiltonian for everyone. Public Works is taking measures to improve resilience in our infrastructure to extreme weather events by incorporating climate risk analysis. We're achieving sustainable infrastructure plan by embedding these methodologies in both accessing climate and equity impacts. We're developing and implementing equity matrix and natural asset roadmap to strengthen decision-making within our various program areas. Enhancing public engagement to ensure inclusive participation in planning process is also a focus for the department. In keeping with council priorities to promote and establish safe and thriving neighborhoods, Public Works has expanded the roadway safety team. Implementing year 8 of the long-term transit strategy and enhanced litter management are things that we've done. There was a $1.4 million investment that demonstrated council's commitment to sustain downtown operations. Additional resources have been allocated to enhance service delivery for cleanliness and ongoing maintenance. While I won't read each of the bullets on this slide, I will expand on the first main heading. Our transportation division expanded the road safety team with 6 new staff to improve traffic safety across Hamilton. This allows us to respond faster to community concerns and support programs like Vision Zero, the automated speed enforcement, and the traffic calming measures with no tax impact. These initiatives were funded from the red light camera We're funded from the Red Light Camera Initiative and the Automated Speed Enforcement Reserves. Sorry about that. This helps reduce collisions, make streets safer, and align safety improvements with the city projects. In 2025, we continue to strengthen enhancement, targeting high-risk area and upgrading roads in priority neighborhoods to keep everyone safe. With regards to responsiveness and transparency, Public Works is proud to step up and respond to this priority of council. The development of story maps for major city projects led by engineering services team was a clear step forward in enhancing transparency and public engagement. We collaborated across the division to create a visually engaging and user-friendly website for projects such as the Gardner Road Municipal Class Environmental Assessment and the York and Cannon Street West projects. These story maps provide real-time updates and details on project timelines, the impacts of these projects, the benefits of these projects, and is accessible to residents and council alike. The goal was to improve accessibility to complex project information, make it easy for the public to understand, and promote public engagement within city initiatives. This aligns with the vision of creating transparent communication channels and fostering stronger community connections. Residents now have a clear and comprehensive view of city projects, promoting a better understanding and reducing uncertainty. Council members and stakeholders benefit from easy, accessible project updates. It also allows for informed decision-making and discussion. The Stories Map initiative is a shining example of how innovation and communication tools can enhance transparency and communications within our city. Compliance with Regulation 588, Asset Management Planning for Municipal Infrastructure, we successfully completed asset management plans for the core and non-core city assets, meeting the July 1st, 2024 deadline for the provincial regulation. These achievements underscore our commitment to aligning with provincial mandates and delivering accountable infrastructure management. The plan integrates methodologies to account for climate change and equity in decision-making, ensuring our infrastructure planning is sustainable and inclusive. We also work closely with corporate communications to educate the public on the importance of asset management, fostering transparency throughout the process. This accomplishment not only meets the regulatory requirements, but also sets a strong foundation for long-term sustainable and service reliability. It reinforces public trust by showing our commitment to transparency, ensuring cities' resources are managed effectively and efficiently within our department. It reflects a broader vision of integrating responsible governance, transparency, and sustainability through our asset management practices. Moving on to advancing inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. This has been at the core of the Public Works fabric, one that serves all Hamiltonians equitably and effectively. Today, I will highlight some of the key accomplishments from 2024 and outline our priorities for 2025 as we continue to embed inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility principles into every facet of our work. We are using data to direct resources that are needed most, closing service gaps across Hamilton. Guided by an equity matrix, which we introduced in 2024, developed by the corporate asset management team, we are making fair, informed decisions about infrastructure. In 2024, Public Works introduced the asset management equity matrix to assess how services impact different groups, including ability, age, income, race, gender, and our Indigenous communities. This tool helps identify service gaps and ensures equity is central to infrastructure planning. Public Works teams are integrating equity into planning and operations, ensuring services like waste management, facility upgrades, transit improvement meet the diverse needs of our community. In 2025, we will advance the Vision Zero Action Plan and apply complete street principles to make transportation safer and more accessible for all. The equity matrix will guide updates to the city's asset management plans. For example, we can improve transit planning by exploring rider demographics. Public Works is committed to inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility across all divisions. While we've made progress, this is simply the beginning. By prioritizing inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility, we are ensuring our services meet Hamilton's needs today and helps build a fair, sustainable city for future generations. Infrastructure investments play a critical role in shaping Hamilton's future. I'll first reflect on our key accomplishments for 2024 and then discuss how 2025 investments will address community needs, advancing sustainability and drive inclusivity. In 2024, we made substantial progress on several important infrastructure projects. We completed upgrades to the north lanes of the York Boulevard and Cannon Street project, including road resurfacing, sidewalk repairs, traffic signal enhancements, and improved cycling facilities. These improvements enhance safety, accessibility, and connectivity in wards 1 and 2. This phase of the project also included a 500 millimeter trunk water main installation. Construction on the second transit maintenance and storage facility started in 2024. I'm happy to report that we're 70% completed. This represents a critical initiative for modernizing our transportation operations. This project is partially funded under the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, ICIP, with significant contributions from the City of Hamilton as Council stepped up to ensure its success. Work begins on Wentworth Street, Wilson Street, Sherman Avenue, focusing on two-way conversion, sewer upgrades, and water main replacement. This project enhances accessibility and modernizes essential infrastructure features, with work continuing in 2025. Looking ahead in 2025, we are building our momentum with several significant investments. Bridge 451, replacement of the Dundas Highway and Dundas Highways. Sorry about that. Bridge 451 replacement and the Dundas Street or Highway 5 upgrades. This is a $16 million investment, including bridge replacement, road reconstruction, critical utility upgrades, ensuring long-term durability and community safety. Scenic Drive reconstruction and urbanization, a $6.4 million project involving sanitary sewer construction, water main replacement and upgrades, enhancement to road infrastructure to support growth and sustainability. We're increasing our resurfacing fund. An additional $5 million was reallocated within the block to address operational and maintenance requirements on residential, industrial, arterial roads, making the total investment for this program $8.5 million. Sherman Access East retaining wall replacement. This is a $4 million project, which will address infrastructure needs and improve roadway safety. Inch Park radically inclusive playground with a $2.5 million budget. This is the flagship project that demonstrates our commitment to accessibility and inclusivity for the residents of all abilities. Transfer station maintenance and repairs, $1 million investment to improve operational efficiency and reliable services to the community. These projects represent our commitment to modernizing infrastructure and meeting the needs of our growing community. These projects showcase our combined ongoing dedicated and dedication to improving infrastructure, enhancing accessibility, and fostering sustainability within our city. Through the strategic investments and thoughtful planning, we aim to create a more connected, inclusive, and resilient community for all residents. Building back better. The 2024 cyber incident tested our resilience as a city and also as a department. It also highlighted the strengths of our teams and their ability to adopt and be innovative under pressure. I'll share with you how we navigated these challenges and emerged stronger together. The 2024 cyber incident presented significant challenges for Public Works, but also opened avenues for growth, innovation, and resilience across the many divisions of our city. Teams transitioned to manual processes for essential operations, including processing work orders, managing fleet services, tracking project information. Some digital records, such as past project documentation, consultant reports, were lost, necessitating targeted recovery efforts. Payment delays led to service disruptions and strained relationships with vendors, but working with staff, most vendors, I assure you, have stepped up and offered their support during this difficult time. Interim methods were adopted to manage vehicle maintenance schedules and prepare for the introduction of new digital tools. Real-time bus route information and scheduling tools were progressively restored, enhancing communities' transit experiences. Restoring GIS-NET, a pivotal achievement, enabled essential services for development processes, transportation operations, and water wastewater servicing. I can tell you Public Works staff demonstrated exceptional dedication in restoring critical systems and ensuring service continuity. We are fast-tracking the implementation of advanced technology systems, including the Enterprise Asset Management Platform, starting with the introduction of a minimal viable product or approach. This ensures we prioritize the most critical functions while gaining valuable user feedback for continuous improvement. A comprehensive review is underway to recover lost data, rebuild databases, and transition project information to secure cloud-based systems. With the support of the transformation team, corporate IT, and many others, all divisions within Public Works are implementing robust cybersecurity measures while modernizing technology to support operations. Looking ahead, Public Works remains steadfast, and we deliver top-notch services to our residents and businesses. With enhanced systems and resilient workforces, we are building back better to meet our community's growing needs while safeguarding our operations. A heartfelt thanks to all Public Works staff for their unwavering dedication throughout the recovery process. Now we're going to move to the proposed operating budget. I'll probably get this down by the last slide. This chart is the summary of the proposed budget. Public Works is proposing an increase of 6% or an increase of $19.1 million without the additional 2 council-referred items. With the inclusion of the 2 council-referred items, this will increase the ask to 6.2% or an increase of $20.4 million. The budget increase has been driven by factors outside our control, including unavoidable increases related to employee cost, annual inflation escalations within our contracts, and implementation of year 9 of the 10-year transit strategy. The 2 council-referred items under environmental services for a total of just shy of $1 million address the Hamilton's Biodiversity Action Plan and also realignment of the Gardens program within the division. Enhanced Community and Gardens program supports new and existing communities-led efforts for native pollinator gardens. This slide illustrates the proposed complement increase for 2025. The increase will ensure that service levels remain consistent, and it also allocates the necessary resources of year 9 of our transit local strategy, our long-term transit strategy. It incorporates items previously presented to Council in reports submitted. The proposed 2025 complement is 2,272 FTEs. This includes 8.25 FTEs and an additional 46 FTEs within the transit strategy. This chart shows the funding sources for Public Works. Most of the funding, 75%, just over, comes from the tax base, followed by fees at 19%, grants and subsidies at 5%, and reserves at 1%. The percentages are very similar to 2024. Fees include service recoveries and revenues from program services. Grants and subsidies include but are not limited to the RPRA subsidy related to the Blue Box program, provincial gas tax programs, etc. Reserves include but are not limited to the Energy Initiative Reserve, the Road Safety Reserve, the Vehicle Equipment Replacement Reserve, and the Forestry Reserve. The following slide provides a breakdown of the $341 million net operating budget as presented on slide 20, or the previous slide. This slide equates 66.2% of the proposed budget, or an increase of $20 million. This includes the 2 council-referred items at just shy of $1 million. In addition, it also reflects the 2 business case, which has 0 impact to the tax base. Operating budget drivers include contractual increases of approximately $8.6 million, $6.7 million related to employee costs, which includes merit, cost of living, and benefit increases, $4.18 million related to cost allocations, things such as vehicle maintenance, insurance, transfer vehicles, bus replacement, facilities costs, building maintenance, and insurance. Across the entire city, we are seeing an increase in insurance costs, as you heard many times this week. $3.7 million relate to transit. Net costs related to the 9-year implementation of the year 9 of the 10-year local transit strategy. $930,000 relate to the 2 council referred items previously discussed. An overall reduction of $3.4 million related to waste management. This is the net decrease or savings related to the annual contract escalation offset by changes in the Blue Box recycling program, which ends at the end of April 2025. It's not an end of the program, but simply just an end of who's responsible for delivering the program. Without the mitigation strategies described in this slide, the operating budget would be $7.24 million higher, roughly 0.5%. Mitigation categories include utilizing the transit gas tax reserve efficiently, utilizing the winter control reserve with an approved amount of $1 million. This budget will be exhausted, or this reserve will be exhausted by 2026. User fee impacts amount to approximately $1 million as per the corporate guideline and include legislative fees related to cemeteries. Public Works has increased its capping by approximately $230,000 in the 2025 budget. There are 2 council referred items, namely the Hamilton Biodiversity Action Plan. This was discussed in June of 2024 with council. Council priority to sustain economic and ecological development. This is why staff brought this report forward. It aligns with our strategic plan priorities, clean and green. It provides support within the Environmental Services Division for 4 FTEs. It's a measure of our success. It increases the inventory of municipally owned natural areas and preservation of farmlands, green spaces, woodlots, and woodsheds. As highlighted by the delegation by Jen Baker of the Naturalist Club this week, staff do not have the current capacity to add biodiversity action plan activities within their current work plans. Additional resources are required to set up the biodiversity framework by gathering data, creating systems and processes to move future biodiversity actions forward. Aligning the green program, the gardens program, sorry. At the June 3rd Public Works Committee, staff were directed to report back outlining enhanced community garden programs. This requirement was done to support new and existing community-led efforts for native pollinator gardens, which contributes to key priorities of biodiversity, key priorities within the Biodiversity Action Plan and the Climate Action Strategy. To this, it's requested that one gardener undertake operations and maintenance with the community and pollinator garden spaces and provide subject matter expertise. Additionally, one program coordinator is required for the administration coordination with the community and the pollinator garden programs. Staff are proposing 2 business cases in the 2025 budget with 0 impact to the tax base. The first is a project manager for our roadway maintenance team. This resource would ensure adequate oversight of staffing to develop road resurfacing and development of new escarpment access maintenance programs. Currently, there are no resources available to deliver these programs or initiatives. Without this position, the city would have significant challenges in achieving its goals and objectives. The second is a transportation contract inspector. Currently, there are no dedicated resource to inspect capital construction programs within the transportation division. This will ensure that our infrastructure needs are met today and beyond. This ensures that city standards are met and contractual requirements are met. Inspections are conducted today by other staff whose primary role is not contract inspection and takes them away from fulfilling their priority duties. The lack of resources as it pertains to contract inspection poses a resource-based risk. Both business cases have no impacts to the tax rate as they are incorporated and funded from capital projects. The multi-year figures showed based on what we know today, corporate guidelines relating to inflationary increases and collective bargaining agreements that were struck. This provides at a glance the budget requirements over the next 3 years that we are forecasting. Public Works General Administration is fully recovered through cost allocations. Engineering is fully recovered from capital. Corporate facilities and energy management is mainly driven through inflationary costs. Hamilton Renewable Power Recovery will be increased based on, For each of these lines, if there's further questions, myself or the director will be able to answer them. The main drivers here are staff-related costs, insurance, inflationary pressures, and contractual increases. Now moving on to the capital budget summary. It comes as no surprise that Public Works is responsible for delivering the largest portfolio related to capital. This includes projects that were approved in 2024 and continue in 2025. The net new capital budget ask is $206 million. This excludes pre-approved capital dollars, for example, the transit maintenance and storage facility, which is 70% complete today and continues in 2025. What we need to deliver in 2025 is $326 million shown on the slide. To help mitigate the impact to the tax rate, Public Works draws from many different sources of revenues. This includes reserves, third-party revenues, grants, development charges as shown on this table. The next 4 slides are a snapshot of some key projects, and only a snapshot, planned by each division and is not an exhaustive list. A detailed list of projects can be found on page 54 of the budget book. Fleet Services and Corporate Asset Management Division plays a vital role in the procurement and delivery of non-emergency vehicles for our fleet across the city. Fleet and Vehicle and Equipment Replacement Program is the primary capital program which draws from funds from the Vehicle Replacement Reserve. The Central Garage Reserve to fund the capital replacement of vehicles required by the user groups of different services and programs areas. Fleet and equipment are replaced with the most economical life cycle approach and with the lowest environmental impact that it would have. This project is just one of the 15 that the division manages within their portfolio. Corporate Facilities and Energy Management delivers capital projects on behalf of various asset owners. One example would be the work plan for Macassa Lodge, a B-Wing addition. As you heard on Wednesday, this addition will include 2-story B-Wing with 20 new beds and redeveloping 44 existing ones through a $61.4 million investment. Our transportation division, as you already heard today, is increasing its allocation within the block funding for road resurfacing projects in the amount of $5 million for a total budget ask of $8.5 million. This is all funded within the block. This addresses state of good repairs through improved and will improve our overall condition index of the road network. This additional funding allocation is to support preservation and maintenance application such as asphalt overlays, mill and pave resurfacing, also to sustain minimal maintenance standards for public use and prolong the infrastructure life expectancy. Work shall include repairs to both roadway surfaces, multi-use paths, asphalt workways within the road allowance. Transit's major capital focus this year will be the continued completion of the second maintenance and storage facility in the lower city. This is a much needed facility and when it opens it will be at 85% capacity in Q4 of this year. This will be a major milestone for the transit division and Public Works as we continue to expand and enhance transit service across the city. Engineering Services is planning to oversee the delivery of 62 million in capital projects across the city, many of which are very complex. Although not part of today's discussion, the division is also responsible for delivering coordinated water and wastewater services, which is funded in part by the rate budget. Underground infrastructure needs to be an important criteria when prioritizing and planning our capital plan. These works must be coordinated to ensure effective and efficient use of capital dollars. A key project of the public works will be delivered in 2025 is the construction of Bridge 451. Based on the Ontario Structural Inspection Manual, the existing structure is deficient and needs replacement. This project reduces risk while enhancing public safety. It is critical in maintaining the continuity of the road network. This project will include pavement resurfacing of Dundas Street from Mill Street to First Street. Environmental Services oversees the development of new parks and trails, the rehabilitation and maintenance of existing parks, cemeteries, forestry, and horticulture in all areas of the city. Some key projects are centered around playground redevelopment across the city and at the Hamilton Amateur Athletic Association grounds, which is receiving funding from upper tier government. Tree planting will continue, and our target in 2025 is 20,000 trees annually as per council's priorities. Last but not least, waste management. The waste management division in the 2025 capital budget is request is primarily focused on rehabilitation and maintenance of the transfer stations and community recycling centers, following structural inspections completed in 2024. In addition, with the transition of the Blue Box program, this year the primary waste containers to be inventoried and supplied will be the green bins. The continued expansion of public space litter containers and introduction of garbage carts for small multi-residential buildings will happen in 2025. This slide here, the operating impacts of capital, represents many of the new assets, new construction, or major improvements coming online in 2025. These assets require some additional operating costs. Staff have reviewed this in detail and only budgeted for the expense related to the portion of the year that the asset will be coming online. We have a $5.1 million impact, but this impact does not affect the 2025 tax rate as it's pre-approved by council and held in abeyance by corporate finance until such time it is required. Capital budget mitigation strategies similar to the operating budget. Without these mitigation strategies described in the capital budget, it would be $4.68 million higher. Pre-approved 2024 capital budget, Appendix E of our budget book, utilizes additional funds from the Canada Community Building Fund to help offset the financial impact. The proposed budget summary. Lastly, I want to leave you with some context of what the 2025 proposed supported capital and operating budgets mean for public works and represents. Council will recall seeing this slide over the last few days showing the citywide residential tax split by department. As you know, Public Works offers a wide range of diverse services across the city that residents rely on a daily basis. The 2025 proposed tax-supported capital and operating budget for Public Works represents 1.2% of the proposed citywide budget. In closing, I'd like to thank committee members and the general public for their attention, and staff both in chambers and watching online, and also staff that are out there in the field and at the various facilities across the city. I'd like to thank staff for their support in making Hamilton the best place to raise a child and age successfully. Thank you. If there's any questions, the director team and myself will be happy to answer those.
Thank you very much, GM Can, to you and your team and all those who had a hand in this. We have a list of first-time speakers. We'll try and get through those first-time speakers. We will be breaking for 1 hour at 12 noon to allow attendance at a function. We will resume at 1 should there be additional questions. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much, Budget Chair Wilson. GM Can, thank you very much. Very comprehensive, and your opening remarks about your department, probably along with recreation, are the most visible in our community, and taxpayers appreciate the tangible results. So I have a series of questions. Budget Chair Wilson, please just put a halt to me to go on a second time. Okay, just to confirm, you are asking for a 6.2% increase with 54 new FTEs, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can I get to the transit line, the 46 FTEs additional? You said we're in year 8. Just want to get some handle on, you said ridership, I wrote down, is up 14% from last year. That's good news. Are we at pre-pandemic levels yet? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, the increase is over 2023, and I'll invite Director Maureen Cousin-Heath to respond to your question.
Please.
Thank you. Through the chair, Maureen Cousin-Heath, Director of Transit. I am proud to announce that we are above our 2019 pre-pandemic levels.
That's wonderful news, Director Cousin-Heath. That's really good. Now, again, I'm asking, as I've said before, the 5.7 for me is still problematic overall. So the 46, is there some opportunity if the 46 were not approved this year, and let's say hypothetically half that amount were approved this year? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, maybe just quickly in a cursory way, Director Cousin-Heath, give us the upside and downside if the 46 were not approved or a portion of that instead were approved.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Jackson. When we put in service hours through the local transit strategy, and you'll note that year 9 is 53,000, the FTE is directly correlated to the number of service hours that we're implementing. So there really is no option of cutting the package of FTE that are required, as 70% of those 46 are operators to drive the buses that we're onboarding. There's other support staff, there's technical staff, technician staff to maintain the buses, clean the buses, fuel the buses, etc. So when you're improving your service levels, it is part and parcel that you are adding hours and also the FTE to support those enhancements.
Okay, appreciate that explanation. Thank you. And just lastly, status of the second bus barn. As you know, I had difficulty with it only because of the cost overrun. Any status on the construction of it, breaking ground, etc. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, since the General Manager mentioned about capital projects.
Through the chair, we are 70% or a little bit more constructed at this point. I really encourage everyone to take a drive by 281 Birch Avenue. It is phenomenal. I can see the ward councillor nodding in agreement. The progress on the building is nothing short of amazing at this point. It has been constructed where the buses will be maintained. Next to work is the admin building and the parking structure. The site is a $396 million asset for the city, and we frankly cannot wait to take occupancy. As you know, we've been crammed into our existing Mountain Transit Centre at about 185+% capacity for many years now. So we quite frankly can't wait to get in there and kick the tires.
Between you and the Ward 3 councillor, were you two planning to keep that to yourselves or broadcast that someday? You don't have to answer that. Very, very good news. I had no idea you were 70% complete on construction. Over to your slide 24, under staff business cases, General Manager Can. The one FTE for a transportation division. The only thing that startles me a bit in your explanation to support the expansion road resurfacing program, no problem. And then you follow up with, and development of a new escarpment access maintenance program. Have we not had escarpment access maintenance programs all along? Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Yep, through the chair to the councillor, and thank you for that question. I will invite Director Rowell to add to my response. At the end of the day, as our systems and our infrastructure ages, it requires more and more maintenance, love, and care. We've always had maintenance programs. We're looking at enhancing it. The additional use of it requires that.
I see.
We also look to make sure that it's safe for the community to use and enjoy. Director Rowell, if you wanted to add any additional comments.
Thank you for that, GM. Director?
Through the chair, Carolyn Ryle, Director of Transportation. So I am confirming that there is an operations and maintenance SOP and a process in place with regards to the escarpments. And this is just our opportunity as we continue to refine it, and that's work that's being underdone. So the headcount is to assist with all the operational work we'll be doing out there regarding, the any work that we need to do from a resurfacing, pothole perspective. It's just is dealing with the state of good repair of the roadways.
Terrific, Director Ryle. How am I doing, Budget Chair? Continue. Yes, I'll go back on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Budget Chair. Just give me a second. I toggled out of my notes accidentally. Thank you, GM Burton, my apologies, GM Can.
I think I got promoted.
I'm going to ask for some grace here, folks. It's been an intense January for me. I will slip my tongue often. So thank you for the overview. Thank you to your staff for preparing the budget. Thank you for highlighting the mitigation efforts, primary ones coming in from higher orders of government in terms of the CCBF fund, but also our existing reserves, so appreciating that. Two things that I wanted to just highlight, if I could get some clarity on, that are in this year's budget. One is actually appreciation for the transportation contract inspector role. One, because it has zero impact on the budget. But I was curious to see it in this context of, do we have contract inspection for the bulk of our capital infrastructure? And this is specifically a gap to fill a need as it relates to transportation?
Through the chair, I'll start the response, and Director Ryle and Director Kennedy, feel free to add on to it. When I arrived and we looked at our road network and we looked at the overall condition of the network, what we found was that many times our focus on our energy efforts were on the Class A roads. So what we're doing within transportation, we're looking at the Class 3, 4, and 5 roads that never get the love, time, and care because, quite honestly, they are simply exhausted either from a staff perspective or a resources perspective in terms of dollars. So what we're doing is we've also understand through asset management practices and also through our maintenance and rehab work that if we actually invest in and take care of our classes of roads beyond the class 1, we're actually getting a longer useful service life. In addition, the condition index of the road network will rise up. And Director Ryle, if you want to add some more context to that.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, Director Ryle, with transportation. So the inspector role is a new role that we're bringing into the division to deal with traffic operations and then the road resurfacing element that GM Khan just spoke about. Right now, currently what's occurring is that we've got the PM or the SPM that are out and about that are actually reviewing the work out on site. So bringing this additional technical support individual to the team will allow us to have them out in full force, checking the work and dealing with contractors. So it's a good opportunity to expand the team in that regard.
Absolutely. Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yep.
Sorry, through the chair, I'd just like to expand a little bit more. We do have an inspection team within engineering services. Director Kennedy and I, we've discussed this many times. We want them focused on the large, complex projects. We want them focused on, the results and the benefits that we see from the York Cannon project that we did, the escarpment coming down on the access road. Those projects were all done on time, on budget, and that's where those people need to be focused in on.
It's true, as was with the Sherman project as well, on budget and, in fact, earlier delivery. So appreciating that. The last thing I wanted to clarify for this role then, is this from the perspective of when a road has a bunch of potholes or is cracked up beyond comfort and deemed as end of life, and it is a neighborhood road, this contract inspector is focusing on those types of roads and determining whether or not once staff have determined whether it's a shave or pave or a patchwork thing, that contract is now going to be inspected, correct?
Through the chair. So yes, the role of this individual, the inspector, is going to be, so for any, for example, traffic-related operations program, say a brand-new PXO or a traffic signal that's out on the street, we will have the inspector out confirming that that infrastructure is being put into place per the contract. With regards to the road resurfacing, the budget, like GM Con mentioned, is the request is to increase it by $5 million to deal with the road network. And this individual will be out and about overseeing and assisting with those contracts as well. So anything to do with potholes that are received by the city, either through transportation directly or 546 City, that's dealt with through our roadway maintenance group. They will go out, they inspect the roads, and they will deal with those. This is more on the administration and oversight of the contracts.
Appreciate the clarity. Thank you, Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. If I can direct us to page 24. So similar to Councillor Nan's query, there's a line here that says, currently there is not any dedicated resources to inspect capital construction. When I read that line, I was slightly alarmed by it. So can you explain what that line means, please?
Through the chair to the councillor, and then Director Rao will join in. When we talk about capital projects, there are large complex capital projects, and then there are major rehab and maintenance work that transportation delivers on behalf of the city. Director Rao?
Through the chair, Director Rao with Transportation. So to confirm, when a project is being done through traffic operations, transportation operations, or roadway, we do have staff out inspecting that the contract is being followed. That is, again, it's being led by the SPM or the PM that are overseeing many other programs. So this is a dedicated inspector position to assist with out and about review of the contractors versus having SPMs and PMs that are running many programs out daily or throughout the course of the contract. So that's the intent of this position.
The line says, currently there is not any dedicated resources to inspect capital construction.
Through the chair, I'm sorry.
So capital construction, are you referencing roads only, or are you referencing all capital construction?
Through the chair, and for clarity, I think that bullet should read dedicated resources to inspect capital constructions related to the transportation division.
Okay. And so what was happening there is you were using the managers who were doing the administration of those contracts to do the inspections, and now you're creating one specific person. Is this person going to be an engineer?
Through the chair, I don't think they need the qualification to be an engineer. They'll have the technical guidance to assist with what they need to be reviewing out on the street from a minimum maintenance perspective or from a traffic perspective. So they don't need to be an engineer. We'll be working on that JD as part of the process. But I do just want to clarify to what GM Con was saying. So engineering services does have an inspection team that deals with the major capital reconstruction programs. And again, just to reaffirm, the position that's being requested here is to assist with the transportation operation and this resurfacing program in the oversight out on the street when they're being implemented.
I appreciate that. It's just sometimes the wording isn't as clear as we'd like it to be, and I get it because these things are huge documents. But thank you for that clarification. I can live with that, and I appreciate it. On page 22, it says the winter control reserve is going to be phased out. Is this reserve the one that we use for snow events?
Yep, through the chair to the councillor. In discussions with finance, we looked at the reserve, we looked at when we use that reserve, when we draw to it, when we draw down to it. And given the financial pressures that the city is facing, I think Jim Zagirik may choose to add to this. There were too many little buckets of money set aside for that rainy day. And when we discussed the contingency of the strategy of if we were to overspend in any given year based on weather events or weather conditions for that winter season, where would we draw that money from? And James Zagaric and his team, they've said we will find a place to draw that from. Sometimes we're drawing a little bit more. This winter, last winter, we're drawing a little less from the reserve. So having it set aside, and given all the pressures that the city is facing across the various program areas, we thought this would be best, and by the end of 2026, that reserve will be depleted.
Through the chair, Mike Zagaric, General Manager, Finance, Corporate Services. In 2023, staff reviewed our reserves, and we do this annually as it relates to examining reserves for sustainability and examining whether or not some reserves should be closed. We identified a number of reserves, program reserves, that were effectively stabilization reserves, and winter control was a stabilization reserve. In the case of years where there were more snow events, staff would recommend drawing from that reserve, and years where there were fewer snow events, if there was a surplus, funds went to the reserve. What we set out to do and what we proposed through last year's reserve strategy is to stop the practice of creating a number of program stabilization reserves and rely on our tax stabilization reserve instead of creating individual program stabilization reserves. So what staff presented in 2024 and what is before our committee and for 2025 budget is a 3-year strategy with a draw last year, a draw this year, and I believe a final draw in 2024 to stabilize the base funding in public works for winter control and winter maintenance, such that by 2027, we wouldn't draw on reserves any longer. And if there were to be a particular year where there were a greater number of snow events that required a draw on reserves, we would turn to our tax stabilization reserve. So again, the intent is to create fewer program stabilization reserves, to use our tax stabilization reserve as a primary reserve for unforeseen events, and with respect to the affordability strategy, drawing on that reserve, exhausting that reserve in 2026, and closing out that reserve. Not to suggest that there would be insufficient funding if there were more snow events. If there were more snow events, we would address it in year, and then at year end, if there was a deficit, we would draw from our tax stabilization reserve. But stopping the practice of program areas having independent reserves and transferring surpluses and deficits to those reserves and having one principal reserve, our tax stabilization reserve. Thank you.
Chair, thank you for that explanation. Do I have any time for additional questions, or you want me to go a second time?
If you could go on a second time, please, and
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I actually was going to ask, first of all, I want to say, can somebody explain so the public knows, when we get this project scenario summary, it says the difference between block, recommended in year, and not recommended, because how does these are reflected in the budget reporting? Are they included all in the 5.7? So somebody asked me, what does the block, recommended, and in year and not recommended mean? Can somebody explain that?
Through the chair, I will invite GM Zagaric to respond to that question.
Through the chair, first off, let me start with blocks. Blocks are effectively our capital funding allocations for specific asset groups. And with each asset group, we have a corresponding financing plan. And as I mentioned on the 23rd through my presentation, we've made concerted efforts to increase the funding for our blocks over the last 3 years, principally to offset inflation, effectively increasing it somewhere around 55%. Notwithstanding those efforts to increase block funding, program areas sometimes exceed their allocated funding allocations. And so we include projects that don't fall within the funding strategy. They're not proceeding, so these would not proceed in 2025. In the past, we've done this to provide committee and council the opportunity, if these were of a higher priority, to put forward those projects and potentially swap out lower priority projects. But to be clear, if a project is identified as not recommended, that means it falls outside of the funding envelope and would come forward in future years.
Thank you for that. And I want to go to the project scenario summary about the snow removal and the new facility we're going to buy. When I was reading, and I think there might be an answer to this, because I'm asking about the LRT. It says, provide an additional snow disposal facility for roadway maintenance. Currently, the city utilizes snow dumps on Ottawa and Barton Street. The Barton Street disposal facility will not be available for the use after 2022 and 23 season. Additional, the city is building LRT, which does not allow the typical snow plowing and requires the snow to be hauled to a disposal facility. We need to purchase land, design, and construct that. Can somebody explain what that all means, especially what did we do for 2024? If we have it closed, what happened to 2024?
Okay. Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question. I think at the end of the day, when we look at the future use of those lands and the unlocking the value of those lands, the decision was made to find a new place to put the snow. When you look at the operations of the future LRT and you look at the operations of what we do, and I will invite Director Ryle to expand upon that, we recognize the need for a new facility, a new site. At the end of the day, the city of Hamilton, to keep people, goods, and folks moving, we all have to make sure that the roads are cleared. And the best way that we can do that, and the most efficient way we can do that, is with transferring material to the site and then moving it on. But Director Ryle, if you'd like to add to that, or James Zagurk, I see your
Through the chair, I'll start. I'm not Director Ryle. I'm sure she wouldn't wear a sweater like this. So just in terms of some background as it relates to the winter storage facility. So I appreciate the opportunity to expand on the project description. This stems from lands that were repurposed, Barton Tiffany lands, that were previous site, that were repurposed originally for the waterfront strategy and then for the film studio strategy, and now will form part of a future strategy. So to be clear, that's the cause for the need to locate an alternative site. It is not being driven by LRT, recognizing in the future the LRT will require snow removal that this facility will support, but just for the opportunity to provide some clarity as to what contributed to the need to identify an alternative site and the associated investments that's contained in the detail sheet.
Thank you for that. I want to thank GM, because when we got the project scenario summary, it was over 1,000 pages, both sides. And I'm going through every one, and it is really in-depth. And so I have one more.
If you can put yourself on for a second time, we'll be breaking for an hour. And do I need a show of hands in order to enable that? Please show your approval or disapproval. And it is moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Crutch. And we will see you back here at 1:05. And McMeekin and everybody else on the screen. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm calling this meeting to order. To order, please. It's January the 31st still, and we are still on the Public Works Department 2025 budget. We're going to first-time speakers. I'll recognize Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Carlisle. Thank you for the presentation earlier today. On page 28, under, I think it was the corporate asset capital projects, under corporate facilities and energy management, there was kind of a random line about $1.2 million, 100% levy funded for solar powered projects of some kind. When I dug into the detail sheet on that, it doesn't necessarily read the same as what's been presented. So I'm wondering if we could figure out, is this 100% levy funded? Is this something else? What, a little more detail for public consumption of those watching at home might have seen it and had questions on it, if you could elaborate on what is that?
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for the question, and you're absolutely right. There's a little bit more detail in there that I'm going to invite Acting Director Chris Hursteck to respond to. Thank you.
Through the chair, it was an error in the slide deck. The project is for the Harry Howell Arena to add solar rooftop system and electrify the equipment, but this is dependent on federal funding out of the Green and Inclusive Community Building Fund. It is not capital dollars from the City of Hamilton.
Thank you, Director. So just to clarify again, it is actually erroneously placed under 100% levy funded. It's zero levy funded, dependent on a grant, and I think in the detail sheet it may say it does not proceed until the grant is received. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Carla.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any first-time speakers that I failed to recognize? Seeing none. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. So 3 follow-up questions. And what would a budget year be, General Manager Can, without asking Director Graham, Kennedy, and Ryall Jackson question? Anyways, first through you. ASEs, we have currently, if I recall, 4. I think we doubled it this term. Budget Chair Wilson, we doubled it to 4 in operation, and I was hoping one of those slides would have shown, Councillor, if approved this capital budget of mine, we can maybe double that to 8 or even more. My community is constantly advocating, lobbying, begging for more ASE cameras, especially along main arteries, to catch, unfortunately, careless, reckless speeding drivers that are not conscious of making our community and our roadways safe. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, maybe for an update, General Manager Can.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and through the chair to the councillor. Absolutely, I know our traffic operations and the folks that administer the reserve fund associated with that are constantly looking at ways to effectively and efficiently use those funds. Currently, you're correct, we had 2 cameras, we've stepped up to 4. We are trying, and hopefully through this budget, we're going to allocate funds and do those road safety improvements. I will ask Director Ryle if she wanted to add a little bit more to it, because I think it's a great opportunity, as you know, Councillor, to highlight it for public consumption.
Thank you, Councillor. Carolyn Ryle, Director of Transportation. Great question. Transportation is a huge advocate for the road safety, red light cameras, the automated speed enforcement, additional tools in the toolkit, so thank you for that. So we currently have 2 that are out on the streets. We have 2 coming. We're working with the vendor to get them installed for probably the end of Q1, the beginning of Q2. And we do have a report coming, I think it's the end of Q1, again, the beginning of Q2, that's going to be identifying additional locations that all the 4 pieces of ASC equipment can be rotated through. So there'll be a lot more coming on the front of road safety with ASC red light cameras and even our traffic calming.
So I heard a partial good answer, Budget Chair Wilson, to my question that you have some more roads that you're reviewing. I know my office has sent you 2 or 3. But how about the other part of potentially purchasing more cameras to add to your complement of 4, please, Director Ryle?
So through the chair, Councillor, that's something that we're in the midst of reviewing, and it'll be brought forward as part of the report. The bigger issue is regulating the number of tickets that are issued through the POA and then the court system. So that's a little bit of just the fine balance. So we do have very close collaborative conversations with POA. Cindy Barcanti, who was here yesterday, we're continuing those conversations, and that strategy and how we're going to continue to evolve and increase this, we're in those discussions.
Okay, terrific, Director Ryle. Question through you to GM Can for Director Graham. The escarpment stairs, greater safety. I won't take any credit or strong advocacy from the women component of my colleagues here around this table, but I'd like to think I was a strong advocate as well when we heard from some of our community, especially from the female population, that need to access the escarpment stairs across the mountain to the lower city for work, for recreation, for medical appointments, whatever the case might be. And we heard that they felt they weren't safe enough. And I know, and I've seen some tremendous improvements, especially from a lighting standpoint. But how about we get something official from you, GM Can, or Director Graham, as to this council's commitment and follow through on making them safer. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please.
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services, and thank you for the question, Councillor. So just to remind everybody, the Crime Prevention through Environmental Design Recommendation Report, PW 23075, was approved at Public Works on December 4th, 2023. That laid out several different pieces associated with the stairs improvement. All of the works that were recommended for implementation right away are either underway or complete. That included an increase in inspection frequency for the stairs, looking at doing some shrub removals for better visibility, lighting upgrades, and including a roving security team through the security office in corporate facilities and energy management. And so all of that is underway. There were some additional phases to the work that have not yet taken place. And the last piece that I'll say is one access to the stairs at James Street is proposed, but we're working on coordinating that improvement with some sidewalk work in the area to make sure everything flows adequately. So that's the update I can provide on that.
Director Graham, wonderful, positive news, reaffirming, reassuring our community that the escarpment accesses, I believe there's 6 or 7 main ones across the mountain, are in even better condition and safety-wise, especially for, again, the 51% of our population that are women. Last question through you. What would a budget be without Jackson? Asking Director Kennedy about Rymel Road, and what is the status of the Rymel Road EA? Without going into a lot of details, Budget Chair Wilson, I'm just pushing hard. The expansion of Rymel Road from Dartnell to Upper James across the mountain for Councillor Danko and Pauls and myself is most necessary, especially when there's backups on the link in the Red Hill. There's always off-flow. So maybe just a quick update on the Rymel Road EA, and maybe fingers crossed, some update and information report forthcoming. Through you, Budget Chair Wilson, that's my last question.
Thank you. Jackie Kennedy, Director of Engineering Services. Through the chair, the Rymel EA is at the point now where we're finalizing the environmental study report. So this environmental assessment has been underway since 2020, following a council report at that time. Some delays occurred on it as we worked with HSR partners there on the S-Line study to make sure we incorporated the anticipation of the future transit routes. We've gone through the phase 2 where we developed alternative solutions. And at that point we had a public meeting that was back in 2022. Phase 3 involves the development of the detailed design, the preliminary design alternatives, and evaluates those impact. And phase 4 is now underway. So we are, as I said, finalizing the environmental study report, and we'll be reporting to council, targeting a date as early as March of this year. Following that, we will be at that report, we'll be asking council to direct staff to post for the 30-day review period. And at that point, we'll hear from members of the public and other interested parties of any concerns that they have with the environmental assessment. If all goes well, we'll start detailed design this year, and there is funding in the budget, as I'm sure you have seen, to start construction work in 2027 if everything goes well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kennedy. Patience, I guess, will be a virtue, and it's been 4 or 5 years, but obviously you're putting your shoulder and your team's shoulders to the project, and much needed, and you've raised my comfort level, and looking forward to your spring hopeful report. Thanks, Budget Chair Wilson.
Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. I'm looking at page 20 of the slide deck. It's referencing on the right-hand side, $6 million for HSR bus expansion program 10-year. So we're headed into the 9th year now, and we have 1 more year after the 9th year. That makes it 10. And what do we do after 10?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Happy to talk about what's next for HSR with you. We are concluding the 10-year local transit strategy. We do believe that this year, year 9, will actually be the closeout year. We will be back before Public Works Committee and then Council, probably targeting end of March or early April in 2025, so very shortly, where we will reveal to you HSR Next, our new growth plan. It is a build out of the map that we first presented in 2023 to PwC. We've done further engagement. We have validated that that is the transit network that Hamiltonians want. And we will be bringing forth a plan that will touch on everything from the leadership structure to the capital plan, the necessary infrastructure to build out the transit hubs, right-sizing the correct vehicles, and really holistically looking at where the service goes when over a 7-year period to get there. That should perfectly coincide with the operating of the LRT, and I'm targeting 2032 for the full build-out.
I feel like I should pray at that moment, just to make sure that it happens. The snow disposal facility, I have no objections to the expenditure of that for that facility, trying to understand how we're treating the runoff when it melts. Because you just don't want it to go into the natural environment, because that runoff historically is heavy in sodium and some nasty stuff. So is it going into the stormwater system? Is that the design, that there's going to be a connection from that runoff into the stormwater system?
So through the chair, I'll start with the response, and if Director Ryle and others want to join in, maybe even Nick Winters from Hamilton Water. At the end of the day, when we look at this purchasing of this property, we're also looking at consolidating and using the yard for more than just snow removal. There's probably 8 or 9 months that we could use the yard for a little bit more. You're absolutely right. Anything that melts or runs off, it does have a lot of high salt content. In the detailed design phase, once we identify the appropriate uses of the land, including the snow dump, we would then get to that level of detail with regards to where would runoff go, how best to handle it and treat it. Is it suitable to take it into our sanitary sewer system? Is there other things that we could do on site? But that would be in the approaching, beyond the conceptual phase of the project. But it's definitely something that we want to look at. I see Director Ryle and then Director Winters would like to join in.
Please, thank you.
Director Ryle for Transportation. So just, I wanted to let you know, Councillor, that we do have a consultant report that does look at our runoff with regards to how we're storing the salt. We will be, so it will be a concrete or an asphalt pad, and from there what we'll do is it'll run into a stormwater pond, which is cleaned prior to it being released. So that's something that's still in the consulting. It'll be part of the design, but we do have consultant reports that speak to that, and that's something that we'll be adhering to as part of the design.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And so if I can just jump in, Nick Winters, Director of the Hamilton Water Division, if it gives council and councillor some comfort. The Transportation Division and Hamilton Water Division, this is something that's being talked about through the Watershed Action Plan and the actions as part of that as well.
I appreciate that. On page 31, I've been asking this question almost every year. So it says Playground Life Cycle Replacement Program, 0.47 million. So is that in addition to what is normally in the budget, or is this just the straight budget that we always have when it comes to life cycle repair on playgrounds?
Through the chair, that is, we just wanted to highlight the fact that playground replacements are a priority. We hear that from communities, that is an important amenity. That is the regular amount that we would allocate. Typically, we do have a boost in funding for playground replacements through contributions from area rating, which would be in addition to that planned capital program.
But to be clear, nothing has changed. We have a lot of playgrounds, but we're only replacing one playground a year.
Through the chair, nothing has changed with respect to the allocated funding, with the exception of GM Zagarik's clarification that block funding has gone up over the last few years to help us with inflation and to be able to respond to needs. Depending on the playground we're replacing, we can get 2 to 2 and a bit out of that funding, unless it's a citywide sized asset, in which case we would need all of any year's allocation in order to be able to replace that level.
Thank you. I only asked that, and just a real quick comment, Chair, because I had a couple of young people in my ward get injured on slides that had broke, and so I started to pay attention to it, and I worked with Councillor Beattie and Councillor Francis so that we can at least advance 3 more playgrounds in Stony Creek from the landfill royalties, freeing up that 0.47 for others, but it's something we need to pay attention to. I know I'm over my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a first-time speaker now, Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Chair Wilson. My one and only question is to Director Kennedy. Director, appreciate there's some sensitivity to the issue, both internally at the home and obviously in our community. Would like to get a quick update, if any, on the status of the Waterdown bypass.
So through the chair, if appropriate, I'd like to start the response and then add to Director Kennedy's. With regards to the Waterdown bypass, you're correct, Councillor. It has stalled somewhat with SLT and the Indigenous office. We're working on a strategy which is coming forward in March to this committee, not only to address, I guess, the Indigenous component of it and how we can move forward with the project. With that, I will hand it over to Director Kennedy if you wanted to add additional content to it. But at this point in time, I can tell you that we are actively working on moving that project forward.
Thank you. I can add to that to some extent to let you know that we are, from an engineering perspective, the design work for the east-west corridor progressed along fairly well and is in good status. Once we do work through some of the challenges and the specifics along the Indigenous relations and the archaeological work that we are working on, that the project by and large is ready to go if we get that go ahead. So it's a matter of working through these the issues that I think you're informed on to make the progress, and when we do that, we'll be in a good position to recommence and start in earnest. Thank you.
Councillor McMeekin. Councillor McMeekin, you're muted. If you could activate your mic. Okay.
Sorry about that. The internet here is not very, very good. It pops in and out. Chair, through you to the director, any idea of the timeline that we might be looking at? I know when I get asked, I bet not 2 days go by, I don't ask sarcastically from somebody about the status of this almost decades old plan and the difficulties around some of the negotiations. It's good to hear those talks are ongoing, and I appreciate your good work on that. I know you're working hard on it. Any ideas to what sort of timeline we might expect to get a go-ahead?
Thank you for the question. The timeline is a little bit undefined because it is subject to what is found during the next stage of archaeological investigations. So we've worked through a plan to expand the limits of the archaeological work. That was done through consultation with 4 nations that were really at the table with the design group and the archaeological consultants over the course of about a year ago. And so once we do get out into the field again and start doing that archaeological investigations, it will depend to some extent on what is discovered. We do anticipate that at least a season. So if we could, for example, start archaeological investigations this spring and progress through that work over the course of 2025, we think we could be tendering and into construction in 2026. It's at least a 2-year program for construction. So that's kind of the expected timelines in blocks, but it is subject to what we find. I hope that helps.
Director, thank you. You know the pressures we're facing with all the growth in Waterdown, particularly with the Dundas Street Bridge only allowing travel east into Toronto and not west back into town. So I appreciate your efforts and keeping my fingers crossed and very hopeful that we can at least get into it in 26. Thank you.
Thank you. We're back on to second-time speakers unless I see otherwise. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And I actually have about 5-6 questions, so I'm going to take my time. I feel like all of a sudden rushed, so I just want to have a clear understanding of what I'm reading. So
I'll let you know when your time is up.
Okay, thank you. First of all, page 14, 2025 investments. I'm happy and I support it. Develop of the Inch Park Radical Inclusive Park. It was 2.5 million, which I believe it was out of my area rating, but I'm wondering, did the government funded this? Because I remember in the spring, or maybe it was in early fall, we found out that the government had a program where we could apply, and I heard that we received it. Is that true?
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. Councillor, through the chair, I've not heard confirmation yet if that project was a successful project. Certainly we hope so, and we would love to receive that funding, but I've not yet received confirmation of that.
All right. So if we do not get the funding, it came out of my area rating, would that include in the budget of 2025?
Through the chair, as those funds were already allocated, it wouldn't be listed as a detail sheet in this year's budget because we have the funds to proceed.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. And I hope we do get the government to help us with that because it's very important. Also, my second question is, I don't know what page, but facilities anyways. I was looking at the facility at Tim Horton Field. It says to complete an ongoing capital repairs to Tim Horton Field, such as Wi-Fi replacement, software, hardware replacement, and internal media room, $400,000 every single year. I'm wondering, and do we not put that in the contract for the TICATs to pay? They do get the revenue when we do a contract with them for playing. I mean, they get revenues. So why is the city liable for almost $4 million in 10 years? $400,000 every year.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll start the response, and if staff have additional context to add to it, I'm more than happy to, through the chair, direct it that way. The agreement with the Hamilton Sports, the Ticats, is about 10 years old. There's been discussions with regards to looking at that. In December of 2024, they announced that there's going to be a renaming of the stadium. So part of it, to the councillor's question, is we have a contract that's in place right now that has terms and conditions that they as a tenant have to abide to, and then there's terms and conditions that we as the landlords and the owners of the asset, we have to abide for. The infrastructure in there, we've identified, unfortunately through the cyber event, that it is fairly old. It's original. It's part of the original design. We've also worked with corporate IT and the transformation team to look at that asset and what type of hub switches technology is in there. And we realize that technology has a very shorter life and that we need to invest in it. So a lot of the dollars there are for immediate needs. And then as you get further out, those are forecasted. And if things change through the agreements that we enter into, we would definitely update the capital budget at that time.
So we will address that in the contract, we will have those expenses put on the person that's doing the contract. Obviously, they receive funds from the ticket holders, so I think it would be great to put it in the contract. So thank you for that.
And sorry, just through the chair, just to be clear, we are not currently negotiating the contract, but if at such time there was a desire by both parties to do it, then we would definitely have that one of the business terms that we would definitely look at.
So do you need council approval to go in, to put it in the contract, or is it automatically you look at it, or when does it come due?
So
It's 400,000 every
yeah.
year.
So through the chair, there's 10 years left approximately on the existing agreement. It was a 20-year agreement.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, if there's a desire by both parties to look at it, by all means, we would start that process. If I need additional authorities from council or the committee, I would bring that forward in a report to keep you informed that these negotiations are about to start, and then I would seek the appropriate authority or the requirement to report back to committee on the matter.
Okay, thank you. Then page 9, implementation on enhanced litter management program. It says we approved 10.96, might as well say 11 full-time equivalent, totally $1,405,800. I'm wondering, my question is, the 4 new pieces of litter machine that you purchased to add it to the downtown cleanliness, is that included in the 1.405? Or is that just staff?
Yep, through the chair to the councillor, I will invite Director Story to answer that. I know she has a very good answer.
Sure. Good afternoon, Angela Story, the Director of Waste Management. Through the chair to Councillor Pauls, that increase that you're showing that was approved last year, that was for staff, for operating expenses, and also for capital equipment. So the litter vacuums that you're referencing and a sidewalk sweeper, that was included in there, and a couple of pickup trucks, one for roads and one for waste. That's included in that dollar figure that you've identified there.
Okay, so it's total $1,405,000 for cleaning the downtown. Okay, page 4, I just, go page 4, I think it's 4. No, I'm sorry, it's page 12. I have to read it because it's, just hold on, page 12.
Councillor, if
Okay,
you could maybe go back on a
because
third
I have
time.
5 more.
Yep, and if you have questions, you can always email.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be less than a minute. It's a quick question as a follow-up on the solar project that I asked earlier, and I failed to ask for clarification through you to either the GM or the director. The error that was made and how this was reported as a $1.2 million levy ask. I'm just wondering if that was an error in the slide deck or if that's an error in the actual budget, and that there would be some savings realized if that were realigned. If I could get clarification on where exactly the error occurred.
So through the chair, as staff consult, I can tell you that we're going to look into it, and as you know, we go through the budget process, and then we would have to republish our final budget, and we would definitely work with finance to make sure we address that error.
Through the chair, it was a misrepresentation within the budget slides. It was not within the budget book. It is totally a grant. It's not on the levy.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other second-time speakers? Councillor Pauls, please.
I just want to say that going through these project scenario summary, it's been so helpful for me because I could go line by line, and I thought maybe I should do with my own budget at home because it's very good. It's excellent. So thank you. I just want to go on page 12. And it says 2025 priorities. The one that all of them, the Advanced Vision Zero Action Plan, Complete Street to enhance equity and accessibility, and then utilize the equity matrix framework to guide the updates of Assess Manager Plan to identify equity drivers impacted levels of service. And the one that really stood out for me is develop a pilot for rider demographic tool to enhance equity-focused decision-making in transit. How much, I couldn't find it in the detail, how much is that priority costing us? Do you know, I couldn't find it in.
Sorry, through the chair to the councillor, I'm going to once again start the response, and Director Cousin-Heath will join in. With regards to equity and equity matrix, Public Works started the journey last year, and it really was a series of questions from this committee and other councillors that got us focused on that. In addition, the city continues to take strides when we look at inclusion, diversity, accessibility, equity, and accessibility. So within Public Works Department, this is something that we're rolling out with our friends and colleagues throughout the organization. We've developed a matrix that, as we go through the planning and the decision-making process, it's on the forefront of our minds, and we look at the community groups that are impacted. We look at, is it based on ability, age, income, race, and gender, and or Indigenous identity. I know that HSR or transit for a number of years have always been focused on the equity issue, and I think through the leadership of Director Cousin-Heath, they have always done that, so we continue to do it, but we are definitely, as a department, more aware. It's part of the fabric of how we plan, design, and execute our projects, but specific to transit, I will, through the chair, I'll turn it over to Director Cousin-Heath to respond.
Thank you, through the chair. As we continue to develop the HSR next and the service plan for the next decade, we will leverage existing tools. It is not necessarily buying new tools. Use our existing transit platform in a slightly different way to get more data from our ridership at the stop level, and also be working in partnership with some regional survey tools that are available for us. Transit has spent quite a bit of time and money in the last couple of years making sure that our service levels are equitably distributed throughout the city. Our focus will continue to do that, but we want to make sure that we're doing it down to the micro level at the bus stops as well as possible. So it will help us better identify trends in ridership based on the rider demographic specifically. So no cost associated with this initiative.
Okay, thank you. Two more. The page 23. It's almost $1 million. The biodiversity, 4 FTEs, and it says it costs $560,000. How many did we have before we added these 4? And why do we need 4 more for that?
So through the chair to the councillor, I would remind the committee that we saw this report. It was PED 21065 where that recommendation was made. What it called for was 4 FTEs required to set up the biodiversity framework. This would support data collection, creation of systems and processes, and help the city and the communities move forward in terms of biodiversity actions as we continue to execute on the larger strategy and the plan. So this was, that report was in front of council.
I remember that, but I'm just asking, how many did we have? We didn't have any at all?
Through the chair, I'll direct that to Director Graham.
Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. So we don't have any staff at the moment dedicated to any of the items related to implementing the Biodiversity Action Plan. The 4 FTEs that we're identifying will help establish the higher level studies to help implement the plan. That will include natural lands acquisition strategies, how to look at different initiatives within creating more green spaces. They will help with the enhanced gardens, programs, rolling that out as well. And as well, 2 of the staff in particular will be operational, because as we take on more lands, more improvements, look at invasive species removals, we need staff to be able to help keep those things in check and under good management. So it really is a new service and a new body of work for our teams that we haven't done in the past.
Okay, I just wanted to know if they were brand new, or we had some, and we could, do without, but we didn't have any.
Thank you. You're at time. And as beg your pardon, GM Can referenced, the reference to that item and all other items is in the budget book, along with the report number, if you need to refresh yourself.
Okay, can I
Councillor
ask?
Mayor Horvath, please.
I just cannot handle this.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll be brief. As I was watching the presentation take place, I noted the increased tree planting, which I'm happy about. I think we have room to grow, no pun, in that area. But I wonder, what about the tree removals? So are we tracking the increased tree planting against tree removals to get a net impact analysis in terms of how many trees in the urban forest are we losing versus how many are we adding? That's my question. Thank you.
Through the chair to the mayor, absolutely, you're correct. We're very proud of reaching over 19,000 trees planted in 2024, and we strive to hit the target in 2025. With regards to the tree planting and tree removal, Director Graham will add to my comment, but we look at it from the tree canopy perspective. We also look at it from where we need additional shade, where there's less maybe density of trees. But I do believe we track that in the form of the tree canopy percentage. And our goal as a city and as an organization is to achieve 40%. It's a stretch goal, and it's one that we definitely work towards. But Director Graham, if you would like to add through the chair.
Through the chair, happy to add to that. Yes, so the 20,000 is not that's a gross number, not a net number, so it does not include the compensation or identify a net increase, I guess. That's a total value of trees planted. We do track the removals, and we can report on those numbers. And I believe we have previously made a commitment to do so. So I'll remind myself that that is something that we need to do. The other part of urban tree canopy pieces is we plant trees that are relatively small. And so over time, looking to increase the canopy as those trees grow. As well as part of the urban forest strategy, looking at a private tree bylaw to help with managing the canopy losses on private trees, which currently is not within our municipal jurisdiction and mandate. I will just quickly call on Manager Robin Pollard, who's online, to add any details about how we track the removals part of our forest management.
Thank you. Through the chair, Manager Forestry and Horticulture, Robin Pollard. So to add to what GM Can and Director Graham had said, the operational side of forestry does track our removals annually. In 2024, we were about 1,700 tree removals removed through our operational group. In addition to that, there would be tree removals removed through development, and that's public and private. We don't track the private side of it, the forestry operations side. We don't engage with that side of it. The public side of it, we can pull that number. That's absolutely something that we could report on. Where we've really pushed to ensure that we have the transparency out there is that through the urban forest strategy, the state of the forest report was something that we promised to report back on a 5-year basis, and 2025 will be the first year that we provide that report to council. The state of the forest report will provide that sort of information, so number of trees planted over the past 5 years, number of trees removed over the past 5 years. So we'll ensure that that information is consistently provided.
Thanks very much, Chair. That was my question. It was just specifically around the net amount, and I'm glad we're tracking it and look forward to the broader report. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Kassar just to take the chair for a moment? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, acting chair to GM Can, I think it is a budget question because it was referenced previously by my colleague, Councillor Jackson, and then responded to by Director Graham. Just on the escarpment accesses, the stairs, are they considered for budgetary purposes part of, yes, within Public Works, but is it transportation or is it recreation? If I could just, I always thought it was deemed to be a recreational asset, but I may be confused on that. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll direct that to Director Graham. She's ready.
Yeah, through the chair. So historically, when we looked at the use of the stairs, they had more often been used as a recreational asset. We understand that the use of the stairs has changed over time, particularly during COVID and lockdowns when people were encouraged to be using alternative ways to get around. And so that's something that within Public Works, we need to do a bit of reconciling as to the use and the asset ownership. But for now, they are considered a recreational asset and sit within my portfolio.
Okay, so if I heard you, it's under review where it is to be housed given fluctuations on use and purpose. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll give the chair back to you.
Thank you. Any other first time, second time, third time, fourth time speakers? Okay, seeing none. On behalf of the Budget Committee, thank you, GM Can, for the detailed overview, and to all your staff who had a hand in compiling the work and presenting. Thank you. Okay. So to receive the presentation, I'll look to the chair, Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Could you please show a show of hands on the receipt? That is so received. Thank you. That carries.
Thumbs up, McMeekin.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Any notices of motion today? Seeing, oh, Councillor Danko, do you have a notice of motion?
Not a notice of motion, it'll be a motion.
Are you tabling it today?
Yes.
Or the 7th today? Okay, thank you.
Tabling it today, yes. It's a request for information.
Thank you. It's on the screen for your colleagues. Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, so moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Clark. I'll just read this into the record.
Thank you.
And then a brief comment. So whereas the mayoral directive directed all departments to identify efficiencies to reduce the municipal property tax rate, whereas as part of the 2025 budget, 17 full-time staff will be added to licensing and bylaw services complement, and under the current direction are dedicated to specific bylaw initiatives and cannot be redeployed to other needs. Whereas the rental renovation and relocation bylaw came into effect on January 1st, 2025, and has received no applications to date, and the safe apartment bylaw will not be in effect until January 2026. Whereas the City of Hamilton will no longer permit homeless tent encampments in city parks beginning on March 6th, 2025. Whereas staff have been directed to report back to the General Issues Committee with recommendations for additional resources needed to clear and proactively enforce the pending restriction against homeless tent encampments in city parks. Whereas additional municipal law enforcement staff will be required to enforce and maintain the pending restriction against homeless tent encampments. And whereas enforcement of the restriction against homeless tent encampments in city parks is a top priority for residents across the city, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to review options to amend the scope of duties for all staff dedicated to both the renovation license and relocation bylaw, the safe apartment buildings bylaw, and any other program-specific staff to permit redeployment to other municipal law enforcement needs, including but not limited to encampment enforcement, and report back to the February 7th, 2025 General Issues Committee budget meeting. So just briefly, following our earlier conversation, we're adding 17 full-time staff to bylaw and licensing services. If there are efficiencies that can be found by assigning those staff to different tasks while those programs are coming online, and other staff that have already been assigned to various different programs. So in general, if we just have a pool of municipal law enforcement staff that are available to address whatever the pressing needs are right now, it seems to me that would be a significant efficiency over having silos of staff that are only assigned to very specific programs, a couple of which are just getting up and running. Not any comment on the the effectiveness of those programs or the need for them. I'm simply looking at this as an efficiency exercise. I've talked to staff about this previously several times. My understanding is it's something that they've also considered to give them some flexibility in how they assign staff their duties to their staff. And I think it's worth looking at, especially in the context that within the next month, we're going to be adding more municipal law enforcement staff dedicated to encampment enforcement. So if we can avoid that, or if we can be more efficient, I think we should at least ask for some additional options to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 speakers on deck to speak to this motion. I have Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Cretch and Mayor Horvath. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I will not be supporting this information request specifically because the acting director, when previously responding to the questions raised by my council colleagues during the budget presentation for planning and economic development, clearly stated in his response that the number and complement that staff made a recommendation for implementation of the Safe Apartments program is based on the outcomes that need to be delivered in order to ensure the successful implementation of that program. And that it could, if I recall correctly, delay the implementation of that program. This program was unanimously supported by this council in order to protect rental population in Hamilton, our renters. The Hamilton Safe Apartments program is going to be inspecting 250,000 plus rental units across the city. It is a massive undertaking. And those 17 staff are required in order to prepare the program to implement it. This isn't just a bunch of staff who are going to be brought into empty offices, sitting on their laurels doing nothing. And so from that perspective, I heard really clearly, it's unfortunate that, I appreciate that you're looking for efficiencies here, Councillor, but from my understanding of the description of the program, the development of the program, I will not approve or support anything that jeopardizes the successful implementation of the Hamilton Safe Apartment Program, as well as the renovation and relocation bylaw. as well as the enhanced vital services bylaw, which impacted Ward 3 residents detrimentally for 2 winters in a row. I know other residents in your wards also have been impacted by improper implementation of the vital services bylaw, which is why it was enhanced, as well as the backlog of property standards complaints that exist citywide. Thank you.
Councillor Cretch, please.
I'm with Councillor Nan on this one, which will be no surprise. The other part of what I want to unpack here is the consultation piece. This council, again, as Councillor Nan said, unanimously supported this program being put into place. Many, many people reached out asking for this. There were delegates, there were conversations about doing it, and there were recommendations from our staff about what was required to do it effectively and properly by consulting with other municipalities, best practices. And we all know that our municipal law enforcement department has been, frankly, under-resourced for decades. And so trying to get to these issues, which are very difficult to address for tenants, frankly, very, very difficult to get the support they need to address these issues. There's access issues, there's fear in these situations. We have a growing group of people who are renters in our community, again, that represent 1/3 of all residents in Hamilton. And so not having this happen in this manner without there being proper consultation after the budget delegation days have come and gone on a matter of absolutely huge public interest, I think is improper. Just defer this to when the actual decision is going to be made. The decision is going to be made about what resources we'll need with respect to encampments in about a month from now. How on earth are staff meant to do that work in advance of that discussion in the middle of the budget process? If you're serious about trying to find efficiencies and trying to have a conversation about this, do it when the report from staff is on the table.
Mayor Horvath, please.
Thanks very much. I just need to declare my interest as a landlord, so I won't have a disqualifying interest in this issue because of the references to some of the programs, particularly renovation and relocation bylaw. So I will be abstaining with a disqualifying interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. I didn't want to make a point if someone else was already going to make it. I do just want to say, I also think I share a concern with moving resources from proactivity, so preventing homelessness resources, keeping people housed in rental agreements, and then shifting to enforcement-based approaches to encampment. So not necessarily getting folks from an encampment housed, but putting resources into the enforcement piece. We're moving resources from kind of the solution side of the problem to the management side of the problem, and I don't think that helps us get out of the hole we're in. So just wanted to add that to the discussion. I don't support the motion.
Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask staff, because they were referenced a couple of times by Councillor Danko, I believe, your thoughts on the motion, please?
I believe because that conversation took place this morning, Councillor Clark, that those principles are not present.
Well, that makes it a wee bit challenging, doesn't it? Is there a way to refer this motion out till we can hear from staff?
I'll ask the mover. Councillor Danko?
So I think this is a request for information back for that February 7th budget meeting where we'll be making the actual budget decisions. So yeah, I mean, in hindsight, I should have brought it forward immediately following the planning committee or the planning report. But I needed some time to write up the motion, so that's why it's under motions. I agree it would be beneficial to hear from staff, but it is a request for information, and staff can include whatever information they believe is relevant for us to consider in their report back. And, you know, unfortunately, the timeline is the timeline we're working with. February 7th is just a week away.
Yeah, I'm well aware of those timelines, that's for sure. So can I ask, bylaw licensing, have we in the past had specialty MLE officers, or have all our MLE officers been capable of handling all issues that are before them?
Again, Councillor Clark, as your chair, I just need you to know that those principals are not in attendance.
And so therein lies the challenge that I'm having, because I don't know how we get the information without supporting this report back so that we can get the information. I'd like answers to those questions. So I'm challenged by this. I understand what I've heard from my colleagues, but if they're confident in what has occurred, then they should want to hear back from staff, which is what I'd like to hear. So I guess I have to vote for this to hear back from staff.
Thank you. Are there any first-time speakers? If I could ask, Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Understanding what's being asked in the motion here is for staff to review operations and how they deploy staff, which is, an operational matter. So I think, well, we know we're getting a report back on the encampment activity, and staff know the resources they have available. We heard that these resources for the department portfolio of work is being hired with specific criteria. So that sounded like it was a bit of a roadblock, but I just think the motion is going into operational, details that it's not for council to direct. I think if staff have the opportunity for efficiencies, they're professional, they would take advantage of that. So I'm also in the same quandary as Councillor Clark, because I would like to validate that. But I'm coming up from the perspective of this is something that staff are doing anyway, in that we shouldn't be directing them on how to specifically deploy staff. So that's what I'm struggling with.
If I could put myself on as a first-time speaker, if you could take the chair, please, Councillor Kassar. Thank you. To the mover, I wanted to ask if you could elaborate on the task that you're assigning to staff. Would it include, first of all, having staff assess any perceived risks for the deliverable as set out in the previously approved policy?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the intention, is to not impact the already approved policies, and recognizing, as Councillor Nan said, that they were approved unanimously. I'm not looking to put those at risk at all. I'm simply looking for, if there are opportunities we have a pool of staff to better assign them in the short term. It's worth looking at, I think.
Oh, thank you. I understand from clerks that Acting Director Smith is online, but before we recognize him, the challenge is that we have onboarding complements whose objective is to be focused on, for lack of a better word, these are my words, halting the pipeline to homelessness by securing and upholding those capital assets, which are rental buildings, which we know have deteriorated. And as a consequence of that deterioration and/or renovictions and/or has been creating, adding to the crisis. That task and that expertise for me is separate and apart from that going into encampments, which I understand is a completely different type of skill complement and what these people would be hired for in terms of their job description. So if I could ask if Acting Director Smith is online, To Acting Director Smith, have those job descriptions, you said you've hired 10, there's 16 outstanding. Have those job descriptions been written already? I'm assuming so. And if you would comment professionally on what that would mean for, I would think, a different assignment of duties from the first 10 to the next 16, there would be a different job description. And how would that work in terms of human resources, if that makes sense, through the chair?
Acting Director Smith?
Thank you. Through the chair, and I apologize for a little bit of delay of me getting on. I've had some technical issues here, but we've got them sorted out. The job descriptions are created. The officers that are being hired for the Hamilton apartment rental program are the same classification as our regular municipal law enforcement officers. So we do have some flexibility in how we operationally set their portfolio and their job duties. I would say moving them to off of this program could impact the program, but I understand that the motion is asking for further information, so we would need to look at that a little bit more. But hopefully that answered your question.
Councillor?
Thank you. The second question I have, if you're able to answer, Acting Director, I don't know what the outstanding count is of encampments, but has the backlog of encampments been as a consequence thus far of MLE shortage, or has it been as a consequence of the HPS assignment in coupling with those officers? Thank you. In terms of that enforcement, I was just of the understanding when we had the discussion on the encampment protocol, it was as a consequence of MLE requesting to be coupled with Hamilton Police Service. It wasn't that we had a shortage of MLE, but I'll ask for that clarification through the chair.
Yeah. Acting Director Smith?
Yeah, through the chair, a combination. So we do link up with the Hamilton Police Service when we're doing the enforcement of these locations. I would say it's a combination of planning the appropriate resources and the appropriate time to address each individual encampment. So I wouldn't say it's specifically related to a shortage of staff on the municipal law enforcement site, but more leaning toward the coordinated effort between municipal law enforcement and Hamilton Police to address each site. I'm not sure that specifically addresses the answer, but it's it wouldn't be specifically related to a shortage of MLE staff.
Thank you. I'll assume the chair.
Okay, back to you.
Okay. Are there any further councillors wishing to speak to the motion? Councillor Francis?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. And I just want to say, much like the motion that I brought previously, I just can't imagine a scenario in which we would deny more information that could potentially save tax dollars for our residents. So happy to support this motion and get that information to make an informed decision on February 7th. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A question for Acting Director Smith. Just following up on the comments I made before you had joined, I indicated just for your benefit that I didn't think that we would need to direct staff on how to deploy resources and make operational decisions on, where people should be focused. Would you have the delegated authority in your role as acting director to redeploy resources as needed depending on issues throughout the city? In case in point here, the tension between encampment enforcement and the ramp up of what these new hires are intended to be focused on.
Through the chair, yes, we would have that. I would have that authority.
Okay, so that kind of confirms what I was saying is if the acting director sees the opportunity to redeploy resources, they can do that as part of their operational leadership authority. So I don't see the need for council to direct them to do that.
Oopsie, thank you. Councillor Danko for a second time, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't really want to belabor it. We've had a good discussion, but my understanding was those bylaw officers are assigned specifically to these programs, that they cannot be reassigned to different programs without council direction.
To Acting Director Smith, please, can you confirm?
Through the chair, that those officers that are being hired as part of this program are specifically granted to our team for that work. Their job description is the same job description as our regular generalist municipal law enforcement officers. So it would be, we would be scheduling them on that portfolio because that was council's request to have that work completed, and we would need them on that program in order to make sure we were meeting council's expectations on what that program is anticipated to bring.
So final comment, I do completely agree with Councillor Cassar that I would never normally want to get into an operational issue, but these are specific staff for a specific program, and in order to redeploy them, there needs to be a council direction to do that, which is why, unfortunately, we would have to, why this direction is before you. Thank you.
I'll recognize Councillor Clark, please, looking for clarity.
I have been listening very carefully to all the discussions, and now I'm a little bit confused. So just for clarification, council created the program and council unanimously supported the number of FTEs to run those programs. And I was led to believe not a short time ago that they are dedicated to that program. Is that correct to Acting Director Smith?
Through the chair, that's correct. We have, we will be bringing them on board in order to enforce that bylaw.
So notwithstanding that council made that decision with the specific number to bring them on board for that specific program, just a few minutes ago, I thought I heard Acting Director Smith indicate that he has the authority that has been delegated to him in his role to redirect those personnel, because they're signing the regular contract as any other MLE. If he needs them somewhere else, he can move them somewhere else. So is there a disconnect between council's decision that they're going to be solely directed to one specific program? Or can Acting Director Smith still, if something happens and he needs manpower, he can still utilize those individual FTEs for other tasks other than the tasks that council voted for?
Acting Director, could you clarify, please? Thank you.
Yep, through the chair. So yes, the authority that I have in order to place our staff in the most appropriate use of their resource is because that they have the same job description. All of our officers have the same job description, ultimately meaning they can enforce any bylaw that we have in place. We have council direction in order to establish and carry out the objectives of this new program. It requires the number of staff that were reported on and approved by council in order to carry out that program. Should we move any of those officers off that program because they have the same job description, and ultimately we could, I think we would need council direction, or I would like council direction in order to have those officers moved off of that program onto another portfolio. in saying that, that would be because if we did move them, we would need to make council aware we may not be able to achieve the objectives of the original program.
So I think what I heard is council created the program, council directed the FTEs for the program. You have signed contracts as these individuals are coming online, and all of those contracts are the exact same as any other municipal law enforcement officer, but you are directing those individuals to this specific program in compliance with council direction. While you have delegated authority that you could move people around as you've done in the past and as you can do in the future, your take on it is that if you need to move people for an urgent situation, you would still need council direction to say to you, yeah, it's okay to move them out of this program temporarily? Or is it one that you can make that decision, and then if you make that decision and that program that we approved is not as successful as it should be, it would be hanging over your head? Did I catch all that? I paraphrased
Through the chair.
the last one.
Through the chair, I understood. And that was a good breakdown. I would say, yes, I would like council authority in order to move those positions off of that program, because I would want council to understand that if any officers or staff are moved off of that program, we would likely not be able to meet the objectives of that program, so that we would move staff to where council felt they were most needed, with obviously support from staff and clarifying the need. In an emergency, we could temporarily make some changes if there was an urgent need. However, if it was a redeployment of those staff, it should come from council direction, in my opinion.
Okay, and so to the clerks, can I have that motion put back up if you don't mind, please? Now that I've heard all of that, I'd like to see the motion more. Thank you very much, Acting Director Smith. That was very clear. My mic was off because I was whispering to myself as I read that. Didn't want everybody to hear that. So I need to ask a question of Clerk Trenum, and my apologies.
Okay, and then you're at time.
Thank you. And I appreciate the time because it was helpful for me and hopefully helpful for others. So if council has already directed the scope of duties for all staff dedicated to renovation license and relocation bylaw and the safe apartment building bylaw, and this motion is saying to permit staff to redeploy those, is this not a reconsideration of a previous decision by council? Council said you can use these people over here. This motion is saying, well, notwithstanding the fact that we said use them over here, we're going to move them over here. I'd like your opinion on that.
So through you, Chair, the wording at present is not a reconsideration because we're just asking for information. However, to that point, if this were to come back and council were to put forward a motion to action this as it's currently worded, potentially, yes, that's a reconsideration. It depends on the wording of that motion. Essentially, and to the comments that have already been made, council has set some priorities and staff are following those with staffing those priorities. If you were to amend the priorities by shifting from this program to another, that would be a reconsideration. If perhaps it was there's an urgent need temporarily, that wording may be different, and I can't rule on it until I see what the final wording is. But potentially, yes, it would be a reconsideration.
There's someone with a very colorful sweater.
And you know
Who
what?
has moved
I
to the
was
front.
admiring that. That's a
I know,
really nice
me too.
sweater.
I just would like to recognize James Zagarek to tie this up.
Yep,
If you
please.
have
I've
anything.
been struggling with this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanting to flag with
if the motion is approved and staff report back, it is important that staff report back not only with respect to the impact to the timelines of the program, but just reminding committee members, this program by 2027 is intended to be funded from licensing fees, charges, fines, including the bylaw enforcement positions. And so the restriction with respect to redeploying them for other purposes, that becomes a barrier because the fees and charges are for the intended use. Not an immediate, because we're phasing it in over 3 years using reserves, but by 2027, just the way the motion reads, very open-ended. So in the short term, while there may be options, long-term, it would require a review and reconsideration of not only the timelines, but the business case of the program. So just flagging, not only is there a timeline issue as it relates to redeployment, there is a business case issue with respect to redeployment as well.
So hearing all of that, Chair, and with respect to the mover of the motion, I'd like to withdraw my seconding.
Thank you, Councillor Danko, or Councillor Clark. Councillor Danko, I'm not sure if you heard that last part, but your seconder has withdrawn, and if you will need to find another one and advise this committee in order for us to continue. Councillor Francis, are you offering to second? Yep, thumbs up. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. And this is why I started my comments as I did, Chair, that there is a lot of details in the safe apartment building bylaw and the suite of solutions that our staff came back with, after years of deliberation, years of expert research, years of deep consideration on the part of planning, economic development staff, housing staff, so many different divisions involved in putting together one of the most comprehensive municipal bylaw packages designed specifically to support affordable housing going forward. And when we move motions on the floor like this, it's really important that we understand the details of the potential impact of the program. And I can appreciate that the rest of my colleagues may not be mired in the details of this program in the way that myself and some of my other colleagues have been as champions of that program in direct response to our residents who live in the city as renters. So I'm just being very clear about the direction by which we landed here and why that program exists in the way that it does and why council provided the direction in sending it back several times to get it back right. The other piece of this, Chair, that I believe one of my colleagues made the point earlier is that staff are coming back with an encampment enforcement plan report. I believe that report is coming back in March to staff? End of February? End of February. I think it would be appropriate for this motion to, like the intent of the dialogue around this motion, I believe is misplaced in this report request and really ought to focus on that February report when staff come back with options on how the municipality will be enforcing encampments going forward. The information that's been presented by Acting Director Smith today also gives many pathways that exist outside of this program for municipal bylaw officers to be redeployed according to their existing job titles. And I would just implore my colleagues around the table to, let's get out of the way of ourselves here for a second and let this program go forward as intended. And may we please measure our outcomes and success and get us to that point General Manager Zagarek made of being able to have a cost recovery program as well. Thank you.
Councillor Cretch for a second time.
This conversation seems to have started around the value or the inherent value of this program based on whether or not there were applications in the 30 days since it's been running. As someone who's on the ground on this conversation on a regular basis, who meets from and hears from tenants who were impacted, and who up close and up front sees what tenants are experiencing in some of these situations, which is why we put this program into place to protect them,
some folks decided to do these applications, to do renovictions and serve N13s and other kinds of notices in advance of January 1st, strategically to avoid that deadline. Also, when we look at British Columbia, where this was actually implemented in the first place at New Westminster, what we saw actually were there were fewer applications for renoviction once the bylaw came into effect because it discouraged people from doing so, which is good news. So this notionality around, well, there's not an application and so that must mean something is not true. It's a false correlation. What I'll also say to you is that staff have really clearly, and Acting Director Smith, I appreciate this, have identified, they're not just sitting around waiting for applications to come in the office, just, hoping, and then they could be out there doing some other work. They're working diligently to get this program up and running for 2027. That's how much work we're talking about here, because it's a massive undertaking for the hundreds of thousands of tenants in our city. So this notion or idea that somehow people aren't doing their job and have time to be doing other jobs doesn't make any sense. We funded this program. It was prioritized by this council. We knew exactly what it was going to cost before it got here, a long time from before now. And I don't think we should try to take advantage of this moment to undercut it.
There are no further speakers to the motion. It's been duly moved and seconded. I think we require an electronic vote. And I know there will be one abstention. So Councillor McMeekin, are you okay? I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
whether
thumbs
you were-
down.
Yeah.
No.
No. Thank you. That motion is defeated 5-8. Are there any other motions? Seeing no one is so indicating. Thank you. The presentation has been previously received, I understand. Yep. Okay. There's no further business today. Thank you for your time and attention. And once again, thank you to staff for all the work that you have do on a daily basis, but specific to the budget. Thank you. We are adjourned.